Hello. So, last night well, this morning, it was like 12 p.m. I got a little bit too tired to, fully complete the stream in one go in terms of what I sought out to do. Also, this time I have a big thing of water, and, maybe that'll help with my voice this time around. I'm sure if you started the last stream and skipped to the end, my voice would be, like, two different complete people. Completely different people. And Chris is here again, let's go. Right, so I finished on Omen 3. I honestly still can't remember where the 6th strike might be. So that's a mystery to me for now. And yeah, I really can't think. I really don't know. It'll come back to me someday, where the 6th strike is. I'll find it. But this is where things are going to change drastically in terms of how Omen just is, in general, how it exists. So we're going to move to Omen 4, which I think this is the file that works. This one's corrupted. For some reason it's 3.2 gigabytes, I don't know why. But this one works, for some reason it's not there as a world anymore that's loaded, so 1 second. Failed to sync, it's being corrupted. Yeah, but there's one that works. I think it's this one. Syncing there. Bedrock's very strange, because sometimes it's like, we couldn't sync your data, and then you'll cancel it, and then it's done. I don't know. I don't know how long this is going to take. I should have done this before I started the stream. I thought it would have been, we can't save more data for this game or app. Syncing data. Stop syncing. And then it worked. It's so strange. It kind of worries me because that means like Omen 4 is like it's weirdly in danger of being lost, and I don't know what to do about that. So sad about my build here. Yeah. Chris was not very present for this one. And we're also not using the Greek pack anymore. We moved on. Which I think is probably for the best. I think it had its time. And there's a lot to go into with Omen 4. I feel like this one was short, says Chris. Yeah. It didn't get hosted for too long, and I don't know why. I really don't know why. There was no reason for it to not last too long. I can say for sure though that Omen 5 won't have the same fate. That one will be like the end-all be-all for a long, long time. But here's the castle. As you can see, very similar to Omen 3's in terms of just the shape and stuff, which is what I meant last stream by the shape kind of persisting at this point. Even in Omen 5, which is not finished, you'll see with the castle how it kind of came into its final form. Even down to... let me get a spyglass out. Even down to this. Like these like square shapes on like the 3rd layer and whatnot. Like, it continues. It lives on. Alright, so some background information before we really get into this. Omen 4 was the first Omen made on Bedrock. And there was a very, very, very big time gap between Omen 3 and 4. And the main reason for that is because there was a bug in the game that was fixed only because of the Never update. And I'll do some little examples here. There's so many spawn eggs in the game now. You. So, a zombie. One of them will. Oh god. Wait, let me check. Game. Rule. Mob. Griefing. True. Okay, none of them seem to want to take it for some reason. But basically, last stream I demonstrated how I put armor and stuff on the mobs. That was broken for a long time on Bedrock, and the only reason it got fixed is because the piglin bartering system didn't work, because that bug stopped them from picking up the gold to trade with the player. And I think it's hilarious, because I feel like that bug might have went unfixed for a way longer time. And then Omen 4 would not have happened when it did. It might have still not been fixed as far as, you know, their bug-fixing reputation goes. Yeah, I'm salty. I'm salty about the keyboard issue. I wonder why they weren't picking things up. Is the difficulty... hard. Pick up the helmet. There we go. Right, it wasn't on hard for some reason. I can't think of any other, just background information. Oh yeah, also, Omen 4, I think I don't think it was built on a realm, but it was largely hosted on a realm. And this is back when realms had a very low render distance. They've only recently changed that. To like, I think... I don't know how high it goes now, but it's a lot higher than it was. And I can't even really give an example, I think, can I? Let's turn down the render distance. I will show you what the render distance looked like on the realm. It was terrible. I swear to God, it was like 8. It was very small. Yeah, this is pretty accurate. So if you were playing Omen 4, this is how it looked getting around, and this really bothered me because I built this in a local save where your render distance was as high as you wanted it to be. And when we started playing it, this is what you would see. And I feel like compared to other Omen worlds I've showed, it's a bit depressing. It feels very disconnected. You can't see where you're really going. It was kind of shit. Thankfully they did increase the render distance though on realms, which I'm really happy about. And now we can see. But because of that render distance, everyone thought the castle and everything else was further away than it really was, and it resulted in everyone living very close to the castle. So in terms of player houses and whatnot, they're very close by. It's very unlikely you'll see anyone living too far away. Even that, and then this felt like it was miles away on the realm. It felt like it was so far away. And it's only over there. I think Realms kind of fucked with the lifespan of Omen 4. Well, mainly because of the render distance, it just felt very isolated. It's weird how that can change things. But here we are. In terms of what changed in Omen 4, quite a lot of things, and I'm going to start with the castle instead of player houses this time around, because I want to emphasize just how things changed. So, obviously, Bedrock introduced commands, and this is where Omen 4 might have taken a turn for the worst, in my opinion, because it was like, we had all this convenience of commands, but I just think I went too hard. Too hard? I don't know. Too hard in the sauce. Like, I went too overboard with commands, I think. It was a very convenient world. There was little struggle, really. Not a lot of manual things need to be done. And in Omen 5, I've definitely reflected on that and went back on it. So, whenever that world does come out, you'll see. Oh, yeah, there's a music box in here that would play custom music. It would play Dark Souls Freeze Secret Betrayal. That's the name of the soundtrack. So if you're curious and you want to go find out what that sounded like, or if you already know, that's the song that would play in here. But yeah, I'm gonna I'm gonna turn that off for now. And it really gave the castle a pretty cool atmosphere, and I'm gonna put in some custom music in Omen 5, I think, as well, at some point. But yeah, the castle build in here is very... I think this was the most fleshed out castle there'd been. Everything had a purpose. It wasn't just like, oh, here's a big room for decoration. It was like, there's a reason for every room that you enter in this castle. So immediately to the left we have the marketplace, essentially. Let's see what this says. The general store. Here you can spend your hard-earned XP. If you can't find it, we don't sell it. Please make sure that you have space in your inventory or hotbar when you make the purchase. If not, you will not receive your item and you will lose the XP. It was kind of like a idiot test, I guess. So because all these shops are ran by commands, also it's on a realm, so I could be asleep and people might be buying things. I can't verify if they really bought something or whatever else, and it was what it was. So you needed to make sure you had space in your inventory for the commands to give you the item that you've bought, otherwise it just wouldn't work. It would just not go in your inventory, but it would take the XP. The XP, by the way, is the currency in Omen 4, which I think XP wasn't a bad idea. Because it was kind of like Dark Souls or like Elden Ring or whatever, where if you kill things, you literally receive the currency through XP, and it also had diminishing returns and stuff like that, but I think activities awarded solid XP levels. There was no diminishing returns on that, which, now that I'm reflecting on it, maybe that might have been for the better. That would have regulated the economy on its own. Maybe, I don't know. Because there would be a hard cap, wouldn't there, eventually? Omen 4 was the automation update, says Chris. Yeah, pretty much. I really tried to go for automation. That was the vision I had, was an Omen world that could play itself, and I could play it, I think, in the long run. And that didn't turn out too well. The host and admins are not held responsible if you lose XP because of a full inventory, so please do make sure to always remember to make space for your soon-to-be-purchased items. Thank you. Pretty straightforward, I think. So, I don't think glowing existed, so the signs are still almost unreadable. People give the glow squid shit, but to be honest, I think glowing was the best thing to come from that mob vote. It makes such a big difference with signs. It's really nice. So, food, stone-related blocks, wood, nature, like redstone, even mob drops, like, it sells everything. And I'll give an example of one of these shops, and you'll get the idea. So let's go to, like, let's go to, like, the enchantment shop. So we've been teleported, like, miles away. And then this is what you get put in front of. No texturing on the walls. That bothers me. 100 levels per book. And I think all these books are max level books. We're starting early today with the throat issues. Alright. I've got a big thing of ice water today, so that should help. Yep, just every enchantment in the game, I think, other than curses, are in here. And you can buy them for levels. 100 levels in Omen 4 was not a lot. People would have thousands of levels, simply because activities would hand out solid level increases. So if you did like 5 god games, you'd come out with a few hundred levels, I think. It was not hard to earn money in Ømen 4. And the economy was very good in terms of player affordability. Like, you were not gonna struggle for money. If you wanted to build a house, it's very likely you could play a bunch of, like, somewhat high-end arena games, and you'd come out with enough money to afford everything you wanted to buy to make your house with. But the market being automated was a very big weight off of my shoulders personally, because how it would go in the Legacy editions is I would be getting messages like, hey, can I buy, I don't know, like a few stacks of stone bricks, and I'd have to come up with a price on the spot. I think eventually I made a price list, and I would need to fly over, put the shulker down, they put the money in, I give them their like, items. It was always a manual transaction. And the marketplace being like this really fixed things for me. It freed me up to do a lot more things. So these rooms, left and right, probably been wondering what these are. These are the raid and strike selections. So instead of it being like 6 banners on a wall, it went to this, and I think it's a bit over the top, but it's very good for presentation. It makes it seem like, I'm gonna whip out this word. I haven't said this in a while, but grandiose. Like, it's very, like, you know you're getting into something. It's like, oh, this is a thing. This is gonna be like an actual piece of content. And also, no glowing again. Look at the difference that makes. I take it back. Dream knew what he was doing by rigging that mob vote. Like, it was a necessary evil. Why did my phone just make a Discord noise? That was weird. Like a join call noise. That was, I don't know. That was strange. What's this? What does this say? Clear effects. Ah, yeah. So at the end of the strike and the raid halls, we have this kind of station, and this is the phantom system. Phantoming, I guess is what we would call it, is it's been around, I think, since Ømen, I'm gonna say 2, I think Ømen 2. You might be able to correct me. But how phantoming works, a lot of things in Ømen have been inspired by Dark Souls and like the Soul series in general, in terms of mechanics or whatever. It's not exactly ripping it off, but yeah, a lot of inspiration's been taken with certain things. So phantoming works as it would in a Souls game, where you would summon someone else to help you out finish your raid or your strike mission if you're over there. Oh, is it? No, this is the strike, sorry, vice versa. And they would have to equip things in here, in this box. So if I break this, you click this, phantom box gets summoned in, you're invisible now, and then you put on, my inventory is quite full, but you put on the armor, and now you look like a phantom. Just for visuals, really. Back in the day, your invisibility would have a timer because of potions. I couldn't really do much about that. And it would be like, oh, here is 3 potions. Once your potion runs out, that's your timer. And you failed your phantoming objectives. But that got changed to, like, not really be a thing. And phantoms just could help, because the length of raids and strikes in Ømen 4 went up significantly from Ømen 3, and especially, like, 1 and 2. So, yeah. There was also the Diamond Phantom Box, which just gives you some better gear, probably way better gear. And then we have the Neverite one, which is the best of the best. And I don't know if there's still a way I could really lock this behind a requirement. I'm invisible. This is why this button's here, to get rid of the invisibility. There was no way to stop people from using these, so it was very common for new players to come into the castle and run over here and just click these and then take the gear, and I would be watching them like this. I'm invisible up here, like watching them, like, and I was saying in the chat like, hey, you're not supposed to do that, by the way. It says it in the guide, it says it in the rules, but the guide at this point is very long, and I don't expect everyone to read it in one go. But the guide could be so much shorter, but I insist on being super thorough about telling people how things work. I think that's a way better way to go about things, because, put it this way, if you join from the Minecraft forums or like Reddit or something like that, you have seeked out a very specific experience, and if you found it with Ømen, you're not going to join and not read the rules. Like, you put your own time into finding a world like this, and then you're like, I'm not going to read the rules. It doesn't make sense to me. So if I'm making the guide really thorough for people, I think that's a good thing. I would want to know every last bit of information. I want to be certain about things. I want to go back to something I can refer to and completely understand, and leave no room for misunderstandings, I think, is the way I see things. Just a random shulker full of gapples. This is a very common sight in Ømen 4. Like, this is normal. This is not cheating. This is someone who really played and stacked up their gapples. That is normal. You just had to be there. I don't even know how to explain it further. You just needed them. If you didn't have good gear and like a good amount of gapples, you would not make it through a raid. It's... yeah. But yeah, we have the same system over here. On this side. What's this for? Why is that there? Hola. Hello, Amy. Why is... that was for something. I don't know what it was. I think I know what it is, actually. What? So if I click this... yeah, there we go. So that just taken 500 levels from me. I don't know how many levels I have. 1 second. Okay, so that many. 24,000 levels. That was mainly for the sake of, like, doing the shop. 20 god apples, the convict saga. I remember that. I was gonna mention that last stream, but I didn't. You pushed me! I had 20 god apples! What do you mean? If you're not going into a raid with, like at least a stack or two, like, what the fuck are you doing? Oh, that was funny as fuck. I think that was the closest convict came to actually being angry at me. And we all just kind of laughed at him. Because he's like... he went in with, like, not even full armor, I think. And he's like, I had 20 god apples. Yeah, what do you mean 20? 20 is an appetizer. It's true. It's so true. God. So, at the back here, this is the arena. This is one thing as well that I kind of look back on, and it kind of bothers me. The arena does not have a physical, monolithic structure in this world. I don't know why, and this is another reason I'm saying, like, automation went too far. The arena gave the world another giant structure to ride by on a horse. Pardon me. To ride by on your horse and look up at it and think, fuck. That's pretty. Like, you ride by this, and I think this is gonna branch out in such a weird direction, but I feel like cathedrals in real life and just these giant century-old structures that we see in real life, you look up at them and it's kind of like it humbles you. Like, you see something this big and you're like, okay, holy shit, like, I'm not being an airhead or like gassing up my own fucking building abilities, because this is below me at this point as well, which I guess was another humble brag, but I know how good I am at building. I'm not flexing. It's just I'm proud of where I'm at, and I know how I can build. Like the ceiling in here, I think is too low. It doesn't seem like it looking at it now, but it feels low. Omen, oh, you're gonna see Omen 5 pretty soon. I like the one in Germany. It's so pretty. Oh, the cathedral. I was gonna say, what do you mean Germany? But yeah, this is the arena. And at the time, again, like, it was very convenient. Like, the castle really became a hub. People would be here pretty often. And you come over here and you've got these books. So, if you remember how it used to look, in Omen 1, 2, and 3, with the walls and the signs, it's been changed to this. And I don't think this is a bad change. I think this is fine. I think, you know, lecterns can store a lot more information. And you're getting a completely full overview. Like, here's the game. This is what it costs to enter. Here's your rewards. And so on. So, as you can see, even just by doing, like a basic standard game, off the rip, you're getting 6 gapples per run. 10, it just kind of doubles. Oh no, yeah, it doubles each reward from the last one, so 10, 20, this might be 40. Oh no, it's 30, okay. 15? For a Netherite game, but you get 30 from this, that's interesting. I wouldn't say I'm an expert in economics. Like, balancing an economy is something you don't really think about if you make something like this, but you need to learn how to balance an economy, and I'm sure Omen 5 is going to have its own issues, but I'm hoping it's not as intense. In Omen 5, I'm planning to do it like scarcity, so standard game, you might get 1 shard, which is the currency, so in Omen 5, the currency is amethyst shards, wherever those are, there they are. These. Because they don't have much use in the game, and I think it's a pretty item. It's pretty cool. So, why not? But yeah, that's kind of a baffling... why? 15... If you do if you do an easier game mode, you get double. That seems a bit odd. But here's the God games. Very nice presentation going on, I think, with this. 25 gapples for a God game. Meanwhile, 30. Something went wrong with that. That doesn't make any sense to me. But yeah, even with the gear, you can see the enchantments the enemies have. Like Protection 4, Thorns 3. Undying games are still a thing in Omen 5. And it doesn't make much sense, really. Because the reason this worked in the Legacy worlds is because you could enchant items. Hence, the totem. It just also doubled with, you know, the totem actually working. If you killed a zombie with holding a totem, it works. And this is like a... There it is. It's a very simple thing to me now, but people who haven't seen this kind of thing... One of them will pick it up. There we go. People who haven't seen this kind of thing, it's kind of cool to see. You need to go away. No particle effects for some reason. That's, okay, weird. Normally they explode in like green and yellow particles. When you do that, it looks really nice. But yeah, it's cool. It's a nice little thing. Like, Minecraft should do that. They should add enemies with, like, variations that just hold different items. Even a skeleton holding a sword would be a massive, like, increase to enemy variation, because it's like, oh, there's a skeleton. Oh, but it has a sword, so it can't shoot me. Good. It's like, I don't know, stuff like that. Like, little things they could do. Hire me, please. Metal Breakers, Wither Games, Undying Games, all the God games are the same. I don't think Omen 5 has any new ones. Things might change, I don't know. But I'm pretty sure these are all the staple game modes. And they have been since Omen 3. And obviously just like the enchanted versions. Like random enchants. Random enchants. I think it's always random. Yeah, okay. It's only in the God games where it will specify exactly what they've got. So where is the arena, you might be thinking? Well, it is here. You click this. And you get these little text things in the chat, like, Write-Off has been teleported to the arena. Write-Off cleared their effects. Omen 5 will have that as well, those little messages, because I feel like, I don't know, say you're in the server, and there's only like maybe you and 2 other people online, which might be the case most of the time because Omen's it's a niche. Not many people have joined in, but it's really hard to find people these days, really. Minecraft forums are losing like popularity, and I don't really know where else you'd really post. We did try posting on Xbox LFG for a while, but that brought in the worst people. Just kids. Kids and just people that weren't too invested. Not the best. Griefers as well. 1 second, just checking Discord. Okay. Anyway, but yeah, we had a couple griefers in like Omen 3 at one point, and it's like, it's pointless griefing Omen worlds because you can't. It's really hard to grief an Omen world when one person that runs it is always in creative mode. There's not a lot of damage you can do before you get found. So, it's not a challenge, don't try, but you know. Especially now with deny blocks. These things, let me show you these. You need to do it by command. Deny. Oh, try that again. Deny. These blocks are underneath a lot of the key areas. So in Omen 5, these are underneath all the major structures. It's same with Omen 4. You can't break anything in this room simply because it's built on top of these blocks. I think even below. I think even below it works too. So if I place like this, if I go in survival mode, I can't break this. No matter what. You can't even, you can't tap it, you can't like do the particle effects. It's like nothing, it's like air. Which is it's a really cool block, and it's good for protecting builds in the world like this. Against anyone who might grief, but I feel like the people that Omen attracts are very I'd say mature for the most part. We've had a history with some people who are just idiots, but for the most part, the people that stick around are very mature and respect the world and the rules. Right, so where we are right now is the arena selection room. So how it would work in the past is you would pay for an arena game, I would teleport you into the arena that I would choose, which to the player is basically RNG. It's like a random arena. You don't know which one you're going to get. But even I have preferences, so I thought this time around it would be cool to let the players choose which arena they would go into. And it was a cool idea, but in hindsight it was bad because people would pick one arena most of the time and not mix it up. So Omen 5 is going to be making a change to that, and it's got a completely random redstone arena selector, which is functional, kind of. There's an issue with it at the moment, but that was also Lucy's invention, so I'm clueless with redstone. So let's go check out the arenas. And there's a lot of returning arenas. This one's a returning one. This one is. That one is. I think that one is. No, it's not, no. That one and that one. There's a few returning. You're still not live from this morning, No, I've been asleep. I've had a full sleep. Palace Garden. And it does a little text chat thing. Yep, so this might look familiar. It's slightly different, and also I really insisted on using barrier blocks. I think that's mainly to stop the withers from escaping, because that was kind of an issue. But you can't see them, normally, so it's fine. I was like, holy hell, he's still awake. No. I was dead at the end of last, well, this morning, I guess, so like 12 o'clock-ish. I was dead. I was so tired. So I've had to split it up into 2 parts. And this stream will be a lot shorter than the other one, I think. It should be. So no worries. Yeah, so whenever I bring back an arena, it's never a one-to-one remake. It's always from memory. I'll go back and take pictures, but it'll never end up being the same. Which is most likely a good thing, because I'm kind of bringing back old builds, which is also my old building, like, level, so to speak. I don't know if that's a good idea. So what would have been better is to maybe just remember what it looked like and then improve on it, but for some reason I insisted on trying to make it the same. And then in the arenas there's these exit buttons, so if you want to leave, you can forfeit the match, I guess, and just leave through those buttons. We'll go around this way. Soul Factory. This one is not a return, this is new. It's very... this one is made, like, with the arena in mind, I think. It's very arena... like, shaped, if that makes sense. It's very gamey. I've got the classic Activision free route map design. But yeah. Not bad. Drop-off points. Bridge underneath. It's not bad. It's a very forgettable arena, but it was also pretty solid. There was no... I couldn't really complain about this one. Pretty simple. This bugged me, how it's not centered. There's no center to that. This one is a returning one, but it got a massive facelift in terms of what it looked like. So, from the last stream, you might remember this general shape of the arena. But in terms of how it looks, I made it into like a fungus, like a warped fungus tree kind of looking thing. Not the best looking tree. It gets the job done though, you can kind of see what's going on. It's alright. It does the job. Little tree roots down there, kind of twisting around. That's pretty cool. That's not a bad touch. But yeah, not much else to show. It's a very simple layout, but this is also a pretty pretty good layout. I like it. Not bad. The chasm. Yep. So this is a returning arena as well. Just got a little bit of a facelift in terms of how it looks. This is in Ømen 5 as well, I think. It just looks very different, and you'll see soon when we go on Ømen 5. But yeah, I like this one. It's small. God, honestly, why is my throat drying out so quickly? It's a very small arena though, because there you go, you can see. This is what the arena looks like from the outside, by the way. That's what it looks like. That's the selection rooms. And there's 2, and we'll get into that soon. Why there's 2 of the same thing. But you would also, if you won the arena game, you get teleported to that. But that's not for the manual wins. You'll see. We'll get into it. But yeah, small arena. Very small arena. I guess I'm not doing the room thing if I'm doing it like this. I'll keep the illusion of the coolness and the automation or whatever. Woo. Omen 4, the automation update. Here it is. Look, it's everyone's fucking favourite. The Jungle Temple. It's back. It's in every Omen world. Looking a lot nicer in terms of, just like the decoration around the outside. Again, the decoration eats into the space in the arena, which people don't realise, I think, sometimes. But this arena is slightly smaller, slightly crammed. Not as much as the chasm. But yeah, pretty, again, it's a solid arena. It's a favourite. It's came back every time. Also, there's jukeboxes in every arena because I I added custom music to add, the Doom Eternal was a very recent game. So I guess Omen 4 came out around 2020? 2021, something like that. And yeah, we had Doom Eternal music playing in the arena, and it was very, like, music really amps up anything. If you watch, like, a movie trailer or a game trailer on mute, when it normally has really epic music, like, try that sometime and you'll see, like, music has a massive impact. And it made the arena feel pretty epic. Like, wow, what's the main song in Doom Eternal called? God, why am I blanking on this? Not Rip and Tear, there's another one. I'm completely blanking on it. I need to look it up, unless someone tells me. Ah, Doom Eternal. OST. No. I think it's like the only one they fear is you, or something like that. But that playing in the arena when there's like 100 like heavily armored mobs, and it's like doom 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 doom. It's like, oh my god, holy shit! Like, I know I don't even play Omen, I host the thing. I control the mob spawns, and even I know how, like, I feel like how blood pumping it kind of must have felt with that music. I don't know. Give me goosebumps. But yeah, this arena didn't get much play. Not many people really use this arena. It's a shame, but I understand why, because it's the most cramped arena. Very small. You can't access these islands, by the way. These are just like decoration. Yeah. I think this arena might have gotten used, I shit you not, maybe a single-digit amount of times. And it never made a return. That specific layout. What was that one called? Crimson Fort. Desert Market. This one's a new one. Pretty sure it is. Very, very clean. Very sterile looking. I think it could have benefited from more of like a textured dirt looking floor instead of smooth stone for some reason. Why is that? I mean, that's a choice I made. You can't get in behind the market stands. And it's a slightly more complex layout, but it's not much. There's not a lot going on, but it's also like a little bit complex compared to some of the others. It was pretty solid, to be honest. Not many complaints, but it didn't make a return. I know that much. The Asylum. This has been coming back, I think, since Omen 2. These are measurement blocks for Omen 5. I didn't get rid of them. That was me measuring out things. That's funny. Because we'll see this soon, but in Omen 5 there is a full-on recreation of this arena in the first raid. As like a reference, like a callback. Because it's not a bad arena. And I wanted to kind of reference it or like pay its dues. It's like, your service is over, thank you, old man. but we've moved on to bigger and better things. But yeah, try and keep this in mind. Try and keep this room in mind, and you know, keep the image. And you'll be like, oh shit, look, it's that, and you'll see it soon. But yeah, I mean, we've seen this a few times. It drops into the void in Omen 4, by the way. So if you die, if you fall down there, you're dead. Because in past Legacy worlds, some people would survive because of feather falling, and you wouldn't die. You'd fall in, and then that was like another thing for me to do. It was like, oh, I need to teleport you out of there. Okay. Death falls, there's none of these in Omen 5. Because you can kind of cheese it as well. I don't know. I just thought it's not a good idea. And then the final arena, Tundra Town. This is a returning one. Again, with a massive facelift. You might remember it was the more desert-looking one in Omen, I think, 2 or 3? No, I think it was in both. Like, Omen 2 and 3 had this both, the same design. But, yeah, just a massive facelift in terms of how it looked for its time. No textured walls. Still, I knew how to use commands, but not to a big extent. But yeah, that's the arena. So over here we got a bunch of buttons. We have debuff selection, clear effects, automated arena selection. We'll get into that. Insta-death, return home. So like, keep inventory is on in Omen worlds. It's not going to be in Omen 5. Oh dear. You click this, go home. Which, again, that would take away from the aspect of exploring the world and feeling like you're, like, living in it, because literally people would teleport from their house to the castle, to a raid, back home, and not go outside. You were all, like, for the most part, you were inside a structure for most of it. And again, this is where I think Omen 4 kind of fucked up. The community aspect and the feeling of like, of living in a world that was evolving as it got played, it just didn't come across like that. And you was teleporting everywhere. And then also castle teleport, because we're in a box, so... So, debuff selection, this, I'm not going to click this because I think I have to... Nah, I will, whatever. Yeah, so we have the Mastery tiers, and then we have the Nightmare tiers, which got added, I think, very late into Omen 4's lifespan. So not many people did these. These are for, like, hardcore players. Like, Nightmare tiers, I worry for the people who are going to complete all 10. I don't even know if they're possible. So let me pull up the... I can't show on stream because Xbox. But if I click on the Omen Discord, I've got all of the tiers typed up. So I've got standard tiers, mastery tiers, and then nightmare tiers. And these are viewable. You can just go on the Discord and read them. Nightmare tier 1 is... tier 1, by the way. 10 Undying games, including additional Enchanted Diamond game enemies. The mobs have speed 1, strength 1, resistance 1. And you have Mining Fatigue 2. Which means you're going to hit really slow. And then if we jump to Nightmare tier 10. You need to do 10 Wither games. That the enemies have speed 1, strength 3, which I might need to rebalance these, because this doesn't even sound like it's possible. I don't know. Resistance 3, which that means they'll take 60% less damage, because each resistance level adds 20% resistance, which, yeah, if you have level 5, you're invincible. And regeneration 2. I don't think you can kill these enemies. But the thing is, I typed these up in 2020. on the 29th of August, apparently. So this must have been when it was fresh in my head. It must be possible. It has to be. There's no way. Like that's intense. Chris, I can kill them. But wait, there's more. You have Mining Fatigue 2, Slowness 2, which, by the way, the mobs have Speed 1, so you're never going to be able to outrun them. Weakness 3, Decay 2, which is poison that will kill you, because it's the Wither effect, Darkness, and Hunger 5. Chris, can you win? Do you think you can win? I don't know. I don't know if you can. Just like Dark Souls. Just like Dark Souls. The reason... No, right, this is why, this is how it's possible. This is how you can win the Nightmare Tears. This was made with die-hard players in mind. I'm gonna burp 1 sec. Excuse me. So, prestige is a factor. If you prestige, you have permanent potion effects, which might negate a lot of this. That's how you do it. You would have to reach a certain level of prestige to be able to do these. I don't think it's possible otherwise. It might be. Don, I'm sure, would go for it. Because that's what Don does. He joins an Ømen world, he does all the arena tiers, and then he burns out for like a year and he doesn't come back. There's no way out of here unless I select a mastery, but let's click Nightmare Tier 10. Oh boy. Where's the darkness? It's not on. I think I updated it for Ømen 5. So this is like old. I must have went through it. How slow do I hit? It's not too bad. Yeah, but Hunger 5, that is I think the reason that exists is because if you're hungry, you can't run. So your health bar will go in seconds. And I think there's something that prevents that. I think the Dungeon Mastery gives you permanent... No. Oh my fucking god, it doesn't. What? Because so in the Nightmare Tier 10 rewards, this is what you get for finishing all that shit. The Nightmare Tier 10 trophy, which in itself is a fucking insane achievement to have. Nightmare's Feast. Permanent saturation, so you don't lose hunger ever again. Critical hit trail, which I forgot about player trails. They look pretty cool. People would run around with different trails behind them, like particle effects, and like fire and hearts and stuff and whatever else. It was nice. I remember trails. Nightmare tier completion banner, like all of them. So whatever the Nightmare tier title is, you would get that banner. And then the Nightmare Arena tier Discord role and flare. Yeah, so once we have enough boosters in the Ømen server, like we did once upon a time, you would have like a little icon emote next to your name, a custom thing to mark what your chosen achievement would be to display. So that's cool. It comes with a lot of flex, I think, which is justified. But that's a lot. Again, I feel sorry for anyone that goes through that. But yeah. So let me show you the automated arena selection. This is a sad thing for Ømen 4 that this never really came to be. Because I made a poor choice, really. Also, look at that. That's new. And so is this. But is it really new? I think those arenas got replaced over time. Excuse me, I need a drink again. Armor swapping simulator? Very true. Very true. Because in the arena, your armor will break, especially with all those modifiers, so you would need multiple... Like in my inventory, you would need backup sets of maybe even raid armor, which Ømen 4 had a system that I might get into later on that made armor kind of redundant in terms of like getting it, but well, I'll get into it. Yeah, so these arenas must have been demolished, and yeah, the automated selection was left behind. So my friend Lucy, who I've known for God knows how long, over a decade at this point, I think, he was my go-to guy for, it kind of still is, but it's just, he's so busy with life that I couldn't blame him. I would try and ask him to come and help every now and then, but it's like, I can't, I'm not going to hound someone that I know, like a friend. I'm not going to drag him onto the world to do things for me. Like, it's not, I'm not that autistic, like, but the automation never really came to be. I think this was the only arena that actually worked, and even then sometimes it would break. It would work, you would clear out the enemies, you would kill them, the next wave would start, so on. It operated a little bit differently to manual arenas where all the enemies get dumped in at once. The automated one had waves with increasing difficulty. Right, so let's see what this says. Automated arena beta was my excuse for it not being ready. The automatic arena is very much still a work in progress. However, one arena is functional at the moment, but there have been some issues with it, so please be aware. The jungle arena does work, but occasionally rounds may not start, and you will have to re-enter the arena. Auto arena will be improved in time, which it never was. And I could show it off, but I'm not going to. It's just like, because I would have to kill every enemy. It went through like 3 waves, and it functioned pretty well. Sometimes it wouldn't, and we didn't really know why. And that was the end of it. And then in here we have the instant kill, and then we have the castle teleport, which I'm going to use now, so. Pop. So yeah, that's the castle. As far as my little god room goes, this is how I get in now. I have a button, and this button only works for me. So even if you found it, it wouldn't work. It's foolproof. Yeah, look at this. Lucy's massive command towers, and I went a bit crazy with the environment with a replace command. I just did this. For no reason. Over here we have every player tower, I called them. Which, again, you can't even read the signs. There's Chris. So Chris was a patron, apparently. I don't remember that. Were you a patron? I don't think you were you? I don't remember you ever being on the Patreon. Phantom Tier 5. Master's Blessing. So you completed all of the mastery tiers at least. I think you were like very content heavy, but you didn't actually do a proper house, did you? IS Luna, or this is Guest from Ømen 3 that I showed last stream. Another pretty hardcore Ømen player in the day. Who's this? Oh, banned items. Yeah, so if you ever got a hold of certain items, I don't know which ones. If I click in the command blocks, it'll break, because commands might have been updated, so I'm not going to touch them. But certain items like, I don't know, I'm trying to think. Netherite. If you try to go and find Netherite naturally, you will lose it, you won't be able to obtain it. As soon as a banned item enters your inventory, it gets wiped. I don't think even I can hold banned items, I don't think. No, I can't, look. The Netherite ingot is vanishing. You can't... This is the cruel thing. I allowed every piece of the Netherite recipe, like ancient debris and ancient scrap or whatever it is. But the ingot? No. So if you went through the effort to go get Netherite, and you finally made the ingot, it would vanish. Fucking, I'm just evil. I don't know. But yeah, there's a bunch of banned items for the sake of grief protection while I'm not online and whatnot. This was some sort of test, I don't know exactly what. I am a good builder. I didn't make this. I think, okay, so I knew a person that was really good with commands and he was trying to show me some things. I don't know what this is though. Hi. He was showing me messages like it's sent by someone else, but that's not me. That seems like such a fucking fart sniffing thing to add. That wasn't me. I promise. There's an end portal here for no reason at all. But yeah, so what these towers represent is permanent buffs or just things I need to be constantly active in the world. There might be a better way of doing this, but as far as my command knowledge goes, this is like where I'm at. And this would give you like your trail. So say if Chris joined this world right now, he would have I think a blue soulfire trail behind him. And I can't really do commands right now, so I don't think I can really show it off. And I don't know if they even still function, so I don't want to touch anything in case it breaks. Because if you didn't know, if a command works at one point in time, and they update the code, that command will still work until you open the command block. God. Until you open the command block. And then the game's like, oh, wait a second, that doesn't actually function anymore. It's really weird how that works. But yeah, we've got Kyle, Chris, don't remember, Convict, Lucy, Ross, don't remember, Jesse, Angel, George, Don, Cameron, Law, Curtis, Harley, Matty, Tubes, Plug, and then this guy, I don't even remember him. Interesting. And there was a bunch more free slots. And obviously if someone becomes very inactive and just leaves, I can get rid of them and make room for someone else, of course. This isn't like the capacity of players, this is just how much room I had to work with, and I knew that I wouldn't have this many people joining at once, but it was a healthy community, really. There's a bunch of people, and the more command blocks they have represents how much they played, to be honest, because that's their accomplishments. These are things they needed. So like Prestige 1, Phantom Tier 5, which isn't easy to get, Master's Blessing, Patron, 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 Prestige 1. Yeah, so there was a Patreon for this world, mainly to cover the cost of the realm, which wasn't too expensive, but also it just gave me a little bit more money. And the idea was that I would use the money to save up for a PC, and it never came to fruition because just life. So the money just went on living, really. But it was giving me... I don't want to talk about this as if I'm like, I made money, but it was like, it gave me £50 a month, which to me, that's a nice bit of pocket money I could squirrel away, and it was good. I was able to save up quite a bit of money. I think in the end I bought a Series X and like a new TV, in the end. And I wish I didn't. I wish I went to PC. I don't know why I didn't. But yeah, the Patreon was a good success, and I think we can go see what the Patreon gives soon. But I have all these different rooms. I have like boss inventory, arena inventory, and teleporters to all the major areas. So all the legacy worlds, showing them off on stream, that was kind of a pain. because I couldn't remember where one of the strikes were, for example. But in Omen 4 and 5, that will not be the case because I have teleporters. So, let's go to... Let's have a look. Oh, strength and visibility for no one can see me mode, and I one-shot everything mode, because it's a useful thing to have. Yeah, let's go to the prologue. PC Master Java? Yeah. Very soon, very soon. Yep, so when you load into Omen 4, you'll be in the spawn room, and then you'll be brought here. Surviving will reward you 30 levels, recklessness will get you killed, use your shield. You will be surprised to understand, or surprised to learn. Many people did not make it down this hallway. It was very common for people to die before they even got around this corner. And the people that survived, it was very impressive, especially if like they were completely new to Omen. Like, I was always impressed. It was almost like it was almost always a representation of how far they would go in Omen. Because Minecraft combat, it's not very in-depth. But for what depth there is, you need to know how to do it. So, like, shield blocking, knowing when to get away, knowing how bad certain enemies hit, like how hard they hit. Like, Vindicators will, like, one-shot you on hard mode with no armor. Like, no shit. Stuff like that. But yeah, it's not too deep. Like, Minecraft and Skyrim combat are like on the same level. So there's no depth to it, but there is a little bit. So you need to get through this entire thing. Bunch of Ravages as well. You're given like a preset gear set, I should say. You're given some gear. It's not the best, but it's enough to get you through this. Some people ran. I remember a couple people just ran through it. You can't jump off the edge there. But once you're down here, you can run past all these things. Get to the end. And click this button. Another lost soul rises from the grave, it says. And then this is how you'd start. This is when you're like off the leash and you can go around. And you wake up here. And then right in front of you is the castle. So it's like some sort of crypt. Which, again, you might have noticed because of that, the tradition of the gravestone thing is gone. There's no gravestones in Omen 4. And after last night, visiting gravestones in Omen 2, Omen 2 and Omen 1 had the most gravestones. Omen 2 especially. And I think I need to bring that back. It needs to come back, because it just gets more heartwarming as time goes on. Seeing people's names, looking them up, see if their gamer tag has changed, and like, God, I wonder what that guy's up to now. Like, that feeling. Being able to do that, it was cool. And it needs to come back. So let's have a look at some player houses. Chris is embarrassed. Chris is embarrassed. So this is Chris's house, which, yeah. I think he bit off a bit more than he could chew with this one. But I see what he was going for. I think at one point this ground was crimson. I don't know why it's normal now. I think Chris was like so inactive on this world eventually. He got really busy with life, I think. And it was kind of like this giant red square that wasn't worked into the landscape, so I think I just kind of reverted it with commands. So all these trees got changed from crimson to like normal looking trees, like even the mushroom lights or whatever they're called, the shroom lights. They're still in the trees. And a little bit of crimson weeping vines. And this is what he ended up with. He was in a little shack, and this is like the remnants of his little shed. He prestiged once. He prestiged once before he even finished the house, which I think is, you know, priorities. And I think where he lived was, yeah, he just kind of lived around on this platform. Like, all his shulkers, storage of things. Like, look at the shulker names. Sacred Soil Strike rewards. Ascension Raid rewards. Like, he's using reward boxes from raids and stuff as storage. Phantom tier 3 for iron rewards. Lots of shulker boxes. Not an uncommon sight. This in general, all these shulker boxes, it's not uncommon in an Ømen world. Or in survival, I mean, in Minecraft in general, but it's very common in Ømen. You can get shulker boxes very easily from the shop and whatnot, so. Strike helmet in the chest, casually. So on, just random bits and bobs. So here's the thing I was talking about earlier. So everyone had this. Everyone had this. Repair station, 20 levels. How this would work is, if you noticed in my host area, I had barrels for everyone. I think almost everybody. And how this would work is, it is cloning, it's a clone command of that barrel in my host area to your house. You would give me your most up-to-date armor, your most up-to-date weapons, everything, and I would put it in the barrel. And you would pay 20 levels per pop to repair your stuff. To repair, quote-unquote, repair. You're not repairing it, because what you're doing, if I break this, you're just replacing it. All of Chris's stuff is back where it was for the low price of 20 levels. Like, 20 levels is absolutely... It's nothing in normal survival, let alone in Ømen 4. The economy was very good in terms of, like, favouring the player. Very, very unbalanced. So, yeah. Chris is saying he was going to put a big evil crystal on top of his base. Like, it almost rivals the size of the castle. It's huge. Like, I wouldn't even know how to fill that much room, to be honest. But yeah, that's Chris's house. I don't know. There's a little bit of a hole. I guess I didn't finish this part. And there's nothing inside, really. It's a facade. It's hollow. But, yeah. I think he was just busy with life events and things. He just wasn't on too much past his first prestige, I guess. And Ømen 4 wasn't hosted very long. I don't know why. I guess I got burnt out of hosting it, I don't know. Lives in one room in the basement. Did you? Wait, let me check. In the basement. Like, down here, there's a sign. Oh, there's nothing on it. Yeah, there is. Draken! Is there something... No. What? Oh, you didn't? Okay, right, you're just... You're joking! Okay. Well, that was Chris's. Chris's house. So over here we have Angel's house. Guest's house. I think out of everyone that played Ømen 4, I think Guest was one of the most hardcore players throughout this world's lifespan. Like, he's got the beacon set up. His house is quite humble. I think I built this for him. Repair station. And this is what he had to repair, so this is what his gear was, really. Patronage, which was the patron sword. It started with mending 1, by the way. You didn't get given a god sword for giving me money. You got given a Neverite sword with mending, and that was it. So all these enchantments on this, he added it to him. Added them to it. Jesus Christ. Remnant boots. So that is a prestige item. Neverite gear was a prestige item. So he's prestiged at least once. And he's got all these, the raid items. Except the boots, because I guess he replaced it with these pickaxe. That's the raid pickaxe. That's his own sword, Mjolnir. Strike set, shield, crossbow, so on. Doing fam stuff, catch you later. Okay, Chris. And just a bunch of spoils of war or whatever. Some storage. Yeah. Right, so when you prestiged, I would have to add a spawn point above a pressure plate like this. And you would land on it. Because if you died, you would lose your prestige buffs, and the only way you could think to fix that was by doing this. So you would spawn in, land on that, and he would get it. It's only linked to him. The command only works for his gamertag. So if he came in with a new gamertag, I would have to change it, because it's linked to his name. But down here, I think his trophy room is downstairs. Storage. Ow, what? There you go, trophy room. So, the trophies in Ømen 4 got changed to swords, which is a very nice touch, I think. So, tier 10. Tier 6 on mastery. He didn't do mastery, okay. Prestige 1. All the raids are done. All the strikes are done. Yeah, so tier 3 Phantom, and then I guess he didn't do any of the other tiers, like dungeon tiers and event tiers and whatnot, so... Yeah, I think Guest and Chris are pretty high up. Angel and Chris, I won't call him by his gamertag. Blood boxes. Yeah. Blood boxes are a mechanic to trade in mob drops for like a reward. Raid coins, free stacks of raid coins, free stacks of strike coins, 7 extra lives. Like this is normal. Like for Ømen 4, this is like the economy. It's just I don't know. A spare patronage in a chest, why not? Gear. Things that have vanishing on them, you're not meant to have. Because they're meant to vanish if they get dropped, so that was like a leftover drop that like an enemy didn't pick up or something like that. Gapples, I was expecting that to be a lot more, to be honest. Totems, potions, and then just random general storage. And yeah, that was Angel's house. And then I think everyone else's house is more over this way. Angel lived the furthest away. I'm serious. Like the sense of community in Ømen 4 was very weak because of the render distance on realms at the time. Like I think it was like an 8 or 10 chunk render distance. It was not far. Like the example, the way I showed it off earlier, it felt very disconnected. Like Angel's house felt like it was thousands of blocks away, and it was only there. It did not feel like that at all. So from here, I think I can honestly see about 90% of player houses. So we have George, lived out. We have Don. We have Cameron's. I think I built this for him. Because he had a house, it was behind the castle and it was a bit too close. And he built this thing that went really high up and it was a bit of an eyesore. Like, I'm not like an enforcer, I'm not a very... I don't know how to describe it. Like, if you can't build, I'm not gonna say you can't build. Like, if you can't build a house too well, I'm not gonna say, nope, you're not allowed to build. I will offer to build a house for you, in some fashion for a certain amount of like a payment, not in real life, but in game, like in game currency, which in this case was XP levels. And yeah, so I relocated him to this like watchtower looking place, and that's what it looks like. These are, I think, patron packages that I didn't pick up on. I think he got busy. IOU 150 levels. Yeah, so if the person wasn't online, they wouldn't get their Patreon, like, levels. And, yeah. This is all his storage. I moved it all in here for him. In little chests for him to organize. And then down here we have Matty's house and Plug's house. Which I think I made this for them as well. Mastery tier 10 in terms of arena progress. What's this? What was the yellow one for? I don't think anyone else has that. What was what was that for? I think that was a Gapple box. I made like a Gapple box because people had way too many. And they traded them in for tiers, I think. I think that's what it was. This is nice. That's a nice layout. Crafting station area. Storage. Just like a back entrance. Oh, that's how you get into the house. Okay, that's very lengthy. That's a dungeon down there. That's a medium dungeon, I think. Oh, there's Convict's house. Almost forgot. We'll go check that out soon. Convict being like a core member. Bedroom. Prestige. Level 1. I don't know what this one is. It doesn't say either. Yeah, I don't know what that banner is. And then there's another bedroom, because like 2 people lived in this house, so yeah, there's 2. I think that was the prestige buff. I think both these guys prestige together too. They did everything together. Little bridge down there. That's an easy dungeon there, I think. So as far as this goes, this button, the dungeons were meant to be automated, which, again, Omen 4 really pushed for automation. And I don't think that's the way to go, at least on Bedrock, because it's not very comprehensive. There's not a lot you can do with it. But I really wanted Omen to be a thing that people could log on to and be like, even without me, there's stuff to do. But in the end, it just ended up having an automated shop and not much else. So you could get on, and if you had some levels stockpiled, you could go buy some blocks and work on your house. Or go do normal Minecraft things, but other than that, not much. So over here we have Curtis's Eye of Sauron Tower House. Harley's quite modest cobblestone house. It has some basement levels, I think, yeah. Under the water. I don't think I had any involvement in this. I don't think. Curtis built this pretty much all on his own. And I think, yeah, storage room there. And these levels are empty. Kind of. Just a random armor stand. And some shulkers. Arena boxes. So, not a lot going on. Castle teleport. Everyone had one of these. Which was another thing that kind of, like, ate away at the sense of being in the world. Like, yeah, why travel there on horseback when you can just teleport everywhere? It was such a mistake in hindsight, it shouldn't have been a thing. Like, why would you do that? Wait, one sec. God, beacon. Frames. All these wither skulls. Yeah, so this is, Harley's... No, this was like a Harley's and Cameron's, like, halfway house before they moved into their own places. This is where they started out, I think. Or maybe Law, I'm not sure. Yeah, people collected music discs because it had Doom music on it. But not anymore. Because that pack is broken. The custom pack is broke now. Common shit, I guess. Also common shit. Fucking FUD. Or Flora Pora. Hellhole. Fucking new thing random shit. Law's regret. Okay, there's nothing in there. He has no regrets. Shelds. Cellar potion. Potion cellar. Tools, weapons. That's a normal chest. Also common. Yeah, okay. I don't fucking know. Nothing in it. Saddles and shit. Stone, that's red, plus music and flint. Goofy. I love funny chest names like this. That was Law. I remember that was Law with those signs. But Law eventually got moved into this, which I made for him. There's a lot of houses I made for people in this world, I think. Seems that way. Like, me. Me. There's a lot. I'm not gonna do that in the future, I think. Omen 5 wise, I'm not gonna do it. That won't be a thing I'll offer. I want a sense of, like, someone's personality to be into their builds, I think. I don't want to do that anymore. But yeah, Law lived in this big warped treehouse. And I built this overnight, I think, and surprised him with it. Because he originally had a treehouse, and it just... I don't think it was the best. Something happened, it's like, I don't think he wanted it, or... Me. I don't know, like... I had input, and I was like, maybe you could do this, and this. And then I thought I would surprise him, and I made this. So what that sounds like is like, I tore down someone's house and made one in my own image. I'm like, hey, here's a better house, because I said so. It might be that simple. Which, if that's the case, I think that was a terrible way to be. Looking back on things, but maybe not. I don't remember exactly how this went down. But I think it was something like that, sadly. Yeah. Don't think I'll do that anymore. Like, oh, if you join this world, you might lose your house overnight and have a new one tomorrow that you don't like. Is how it sounds. I hope it wasn't that way. But my memory's quite foggy these days. All the floors have a use, though. Enchantment room. Storage room. Alright, let's see how bad this is. And trophy room, which... What does this banner mean? I don't know. Oh, pardon me. I think that is the Patreon flag. I think it was. That was a Halloween event. Law was the only person that actually completed the Halloween event. So that's pretty cool. He didn't even finish, by the looks of it. Creature. Padot. Yeah, so he did all the content up to the 4th strike. He got to Arena Mastery 5. Daddy Torch from Under the Castle. Yeah, okay. Well, that's his trophy room. Gapples. What the fuck? Law, no. Oh my god. To preface, the raids go up in multiples of 6. It costs, like, less than a stack of raid coins to do all the raids, and, like... Oh my god. What was that? No! These are full shulkers of gapples. Yeah, gapple bucks, so that's what the yellow one is. People had way too many, so they would trade them in to level up their gapple box tiers for, like, banners and achievements. We've got some more funny chest names. Workspace. Earth-chan's chest of fun. What? Earth-chan is not flat. Earth-chan's booty. Daddy leaves. Nature stuff with slime. What? Oh my... Okay. Water fun. Water fun. Nature, that's normal. Hellhole fireplace. Metal and fire. Gapples. Tools with 3 S's. Horsey and glue. Looty boxies. Lucky star. Oh my god. I think people should name their chests like that more, because that's funny as fuck. That's great. I like it. Lucy got bored. This is the thing that kind of annoyed me. In a way, though. Like, he was meant to be on to help with the world. With the automation commands and stuff, because he knew how to do it. But sometimes he would come on and he would just build things. Like, he built these. There was a giant mansion thing here, and I called it Bel Air. It wasn't like an insane build or anything, but he took up all this, like, possible player landscape space, like, just, like, surface area. And I was like, oh, so have you done any of the automation or any of the dungeons like automated now? And he's like, oh no, I've just been building. I'm like, what? Like, are you serious? You've been on all day, you've been on for multiple days and you've done this. And like, to reflect on it, it's like, it sounds like I'm hounding at him to get to work. It wasn't like that, but it was like he knew he was on to help with the automation and then didn't. And it kind of bothered me. So if you're in the Ømen Discord, I've taken a vow to, like, not promise automation. It's a possibility in the future. He built this as well. Pardon me. I think it only opens for him. Or something like that. There's a torch you need to place somewhere, and it opens up. But this counts as a player house, so we're gonna go have a look. Lucy, I don't think ever really played Ømen. I think he didn't understand the point in it. Because it's fair enough, like, some people play Ømen and they're like, I don't get it, and they leave. They don't get invested in the world and whatnot. Let me do an audio check. They don't get invested. Okay, no, that's fine. Right, but yeah, some people have joined and this is how it's been. I can't remember what his main complaint was. I think his main complaint all the way back in Ømen 1 was, like, what's the point if you can't lose your items? Like, if keep inventory on, like, what's the risk? And I think that was his main complaint. And the main reason I have keep inventory on in these worlds is because I want people to have fun, ultimately. I want them to have a good time. It is a challenge. If you do the main content, it is a challenge, but ultimately, I don't want people to leave. I want them to have fun. And if you die and you lose all your gear and, like, people delete survival worlds or quit survival worlds because of stuff like that. So why wouldn't they do the same with, you know, Ømen? So Ømen 5 has some mechanics in place to bring in risk, but also make it fair if you work for it. And we'll get into that when we go on Ømen 5 and I show you how that's going. But yeah, it's got some like automated farms, furnace room, bedrock wall for some reason. That's interesting. Okay. Where does this go? Oh, it's a strip mine. Why has it got a strip mine? Casually just diamonds. And this is before the cave update, I think, so we're on Y12 and there's diamonds. So yeah, I think this was a pre-cave update, pre-wilds update. Which you can definitely see, like, yeah, I think it's the wilds update or the cave update anyway that changed the landscape, but you can really tell, like, the landscape is so boring. Like, Ømen 2, I would say, had the best looking visual landscape, but it was hard to traverse. Bedrock landscape at this point in time was so bland, the biomes were huge, and it's very flat. There's not a lot going on, and it had been that way for a long, long time. You look around and it's just grass plains forever. There's a desert there, which, okay. Kyle actually lives over there somewhere. That's a village, but Kyle went over there, which I only just remembered. So we will go check that out soon. And Tubes lives, I think, the furthest away, next, like alongside Kyle. There he is. That's Tubes' house. But we're going to go visit Convict's house, because I almost forgot, so let's go do that. Takes a while to get around. You know what, isn't it faster to fly with an elytra in Bedrock? I think it is. I can't grab any duration-free rockets, apparently, from the creative menu. That's a shame. It's literally faster with an elytra. That's so stupid. The Legacy Edition's flying was so speedy. You would zoom around. It was actually, like, good. Whee! Yep, so we've got a horse with purple bubbles. I've never seen purple bubbles. I think it's, like, invincible, I think. I guess they've gave resistance a particle effect now. Unless it always had that. I never remember seeing a purple effect. But yeah, welcome to Convict's house. So he's got his staple pumpkin pie making machine, I think it is. There should be a chicken in there, but there isn't. As you can see with all the eggs. The bees. Somehow in the wall. Trophy room. Convict did a... Yeah, Convict popped off on Ømen 4. I think he was the first person to prestige, actually. Him and Tubes were like the first people to... which is very arse backwards in terms of how they normally go. Ømen for Convict, like the past 2 worlds before this, Ømen 2 and 3, he did not even finish all of the content, and in this world he fucking popped off. And just did them all. You got to Arena Mastery 7. Personal memories. Phantom Tier 2, Public Event Tier 1. There's not really any gimmicky, funny things in this one, I guess, this time around. Why is there a button there? Doesn't do anything, okay. Repair station there. Portal. Beacon set up there. Grinder. I think at one point I joked and I turned it into like grinder with just the R and not the E. Haha, funny. I don't know where that goes. I'm not gonna click that. It'll be some sort of like mob grinder. Oh, there's a basement. Okay, it's just this. Alright. It's a nice house. I do remember this one. He doesn't have a potion machine this time around, though. Just, like, reminders. Because Lucy built that potion machine for him twice. But yeah, around the back he's got some farms and I think, yeah, bees. Little pool area. I think, is that a dolphin? He's got a dolphin. And he lives next door to a hard mode dungeon, which that's fucking scary, alright. But yeah, that's Convict's house. Let's fly. It's so silly how this is faster. Medium dungeon though. Right, so over here we've got Don's house, which I built for him, I believe. Some Patreon IOUs rewards there. I don't remember this house having a lot to it. Don, for the most part, was a very he's an arena enthusiast. He would get on, do the arena tiers, and then burn out, and then leave. Every time. Yep. Mastery tier 10. He did up to the third strike, I think that is. And then nothing else. Yeah, he's very arena focused. Pretty good view of the castle though. And then this is like a general room repair station over there. And that's about it. And then George's house is there, and that's all it is. There's not. I'm not even gonna go look. There's nothing to see. He built a little wooden house, and then he didn't do much else. And I don't even think that was like a shell house, and he had all his banners and stuff. I think he played for a very little amount of time, and then he was. I think he was just busy with life. I think he was starting uni. I think he had stuff going on. I don't really fully remember. Over here we have Jesse and Marcus's house. Completely built by themselves, I believe. I don't think I built this. Yeah, because I don't build with walls. Yeah, I didn't do this. It's a nice house, though. He loves his cats, I know that much. He had a lot of cats somewhere. I found the cats. Yeah, tons of cats. Because in real life, I think he has a ton of cats as well. Haven't heard from him in a while, though. Great guy, though. Very charismatic. And this is where Marcus lived, I guess. So they were neighbors. They didn't live together, but they lived like this. Yeah, pretty basic. The ducks have jumped out the bath. I don't know why I put the ducks in the bath and then decided to stream. It's not a very They're screaming for me. Right, I'm gonna take a second and go put the ducks in the pen, and I'll be back. I'll be like a minute. It won't be long. Yellow. Right, I'm back. So, where were we? Yep, so Jesse is in Marcus's house. Or houses, even. Pretty humble, really. They didn't play for too long. But they were, like, kind of happy to be involved for when they were playing, I remember. So Tubes' house is over here. Again, I think Tubes tends to stick to, like, a more modern look with his houses. There's a hard dungeon there, an easy dungeon over there. I think the football's on right now because my neighbours are screaming. I don't even know where England is. Are we going to win? Yeah, are we going to win this time? I don't know. I think we're still in it. But we never win. It's not coming home, boys. Right, so let's go check out Tubes' house. Castle Teleport and the repair station are outside for some reason. We've got stables. Very pretty though, very sterile looking, but like very clean. I feel like I'm in a hospital. Nice colour palette, you don't really see this kind of thing. Like white and like dark prismarine. It's like, yeah, it's refreshing. And then he made these bubble lifts. Yeah, whoop. So we're gonna go to the top floor. God, that has some force behind it. Cracked stone for some reason. I think he was theming the rooms. Sacred Tree of Remnants. That's cool. I like it when people do these like little things that like reference the story and the lore and whatnot. As vague as it is. Farming room. Fuck, pardon me, that snuck up on me. Sorry. Neverpall room. Ooh, trophy room. I love trophy rooms. So it looks like he did everything. Very spread out, but like very clean. One blood box tier in this room. I think this is arena related. Yeah, Arena Mastery 10, so he did all those. Phantom Box Tier 2, or Phantom Tier 2 even. And then I think... Yeah, this is definitely the Patreon banner. I don't know what else it could be. It definitely is. What else? Oh, that was it. That's the final floor. Alright. But yeah, it's a pretty house. It's very Tubes, I'll say that much, yeah. Wither roses next to his... next to his staircase. They actually hurt you if you step on these. These hurt. Well, in survival. Beacons as well. This used to be a desert, by the way, because of... You can tell. All I did was run around with a command block running, so I would swap all the sand into grass. I think that was by request. I don't think you want to live in the desert. So yeah, that was by request. So yeah, that's Tubes' house. I guess he didn't finish it because the roof's open. It might have been taller in his head at some point. He wanted it to be taller. Kyle. I'm gonna try and find this, because it's in the desert somewhere. Let's fly on the elytra, so it's faster. I think he lived here. In this, like, thing. No, there's a dungeon there, though. Ah, he lived in the desert, I know that much. Or he did at one point, then he moved. I think he moved, like, all the way over here. Yeah, where? No, that's a village house. Oh, there it is. Hey, I got a memory. I got a memory. I can see. Very... I had nothing to do with this. Very unique structure. Very, Japanese-ish. And I remember the layout for this house made no fucking sense. That's a castle teleport there, yeah. So you go up the ladder to get in. You go up to get to the massive bed with pickles on the top there. You go down here. It's very unique. It's like, it's not something I would want to live in, but it's very him. It's very unique. But he didn't play it for very long, I don't think. There's no trophy room. I don't think he even did any arena tiers. That's fine. But yeah, that's Kyle's house. Very yeah, very unique structure going on. And because we had teleporters everywhere, we didn't even... It didn't matter where you lived. That was another reason I didn't like the teleporter idea. It sounds good in hindsight, but the sense of community, again, just... It was gone. Just like that, you're at the castle, and that's in everyone's house. I don't like how the Elijah takes away my little firearms. Oh well. Yeah, I spent some money and made a custom skin in the marketplace. I like it. It's very me. It's very suitable for the dungeon master of these worlds, I guess. What else? We've got the events and stuff. We also have the Patreon over here. Let me fall, Elytra, please. Pardon me. So at this point in time, before people dropped out of the Patreon because the world wasn't active, I encouraged people to leave the Patreon because if I wasn't hosting the world, why are you still giving me money? Some people kept their subscription going. Up until recently, even, I think. But yeah. So the Patreon details. There was 3 tiers: Risen, Chosen, Inheritor. All tier rewards are listed on Patreon. On the Patreon page, you can find the link on the Discord. And yeah, considering supporting Ømen, all contributions go towards funding the future Ømen Omega project, as well as supporting its creator. So this was like a once upon a time plan for the future of Ømen after Ømen 4. So let's see what that was. Yeah, so I go into detail how I was planning to get a PC and move to Java. Bedrock was very limiting, and it still is, for what I want to do with these worlds. But I want to add, like, I want gore. I want dismemberment, I want skill trees, I want expanded gear, and so on. Some of these things are coming true with the add-ons in the marketplace now. Like, Tinker's Construct is in the marketplace, and that's a thing I will be adding to Ømen 5. If it's on console when it's done. Let's check in the audio again. Because that opens up a lot of things, and like making your own weapons is very personal. And there's lots of things that can be done with that, but I would have to really fully explore the mod to understand the ins and outs of it. Like, what's the most powerful thing, and what would be the meta, and so on. But it's a very involved way of making weapons. And yeah, it just goes on to talk about stuff like that. And page 5 is empty for some reason. So yeah, the jump won't happen for a long while, but when it does, all Patreons will be granted the status as founder. So I think I'll commit to that. If anyone did contribute to the Patreon at any point in time, I will consider you a founder and give you that title and whatnot if it comes to it. And then we've got the events. So we've got the Remnant Beacon event. Which is, it's a whole place now. So, well, that's fitting. Let's set it to, like, midnight. There we go. So if you remember in Ømen 3, or any of the other Ømen worlds with this event, it was kind of like a circular, somewhat whatever shape of affected landscape, but now it's a whole thing. And this is like my own custom biome kind of thing. I don't know. Wither skeleton cages, which will piss out skeletons constantly. Just like a ruined town, really. So I do remember over here somewhere. I'm back. Hello, Amy. I had these. So if I wanted to start the event, which one fixes them? I think it's this one. If I want to start the event, bonk. Everyone would see that and hear that noise. And then if more became active, and no one deal with it, you would get that. And then I would have this to fix the time and stuff, because the more beacons are active, the worse the weather gets and whatever else. And then this one, what does this one do? Yeah. So, as you can see, that's a lot cooler. It gives an actual sense of urgency. There's, like, text on your screen. It's fucking kind of a jump scare. Like, if you see that and hear that, you're like, shit. Let's go deal with that. And they have this to get rid of the weather and the nighttime. And I think that other button I clicked resets all the beacons, because people come in, shoot that, destroy the beacons, deactivate them, and then that button would fix the beacons. It repairs them, because if you don't remember, there was a bit of lava spilling out of this one, and now it's all fixed. So, yeah. Pretty cool. And Ømen 5 has kind of done the same thing. It just looks a lot better than this. But it's very similar. The second event, Monolith of Tears. So the Monolith of Tears is the Meteor event. Just got a facelift and renamed. It's a lot more involved. The music here used to be from Doom Eternal, Meat Hook, I think it was. From the soundtrack. It would be surrounded with magma cubes and blazes. And some skeletons, I think. You kill them, and then you have permission to go inside the meteor, or the monolith, I guess now. And then in here, it would be filled with ores and stuff. And at the very top, it would be filled with silverfish. And they would come down from the top once you mined it all out, and it's kind of like a hectic situation. I don't know if there's any form of command button anywhere that resets it. Let's have a look. There it is. I don't know why there's prismarine around it. I think I was measuring it for Ømen 5. Because again, it returns in Ømen 5. Is what I mean in the last stream. Let's take a drink. It's what I mean in the last stream. How Ømen doesn't introduce many new things as the worlds go on. It becomes more refined. The formula becomes quite stable. We just kind of evolve and improve on what there is. So we have this one. What does this do? Event complete. Silverfish spawner. Clone. I think that regenerates it. Amy has joined the game for some reason. Amy has left the game. I think she was going on the realm. But yeah, that noise there was the Wither Death sound effect, but very slowed down, which you can do through commands. You can play music disc soundtracks and slow them down, speed them up. It's pretty cool. But yeah, the clone command. Yeah, you can hear the silverfish inside. So what would happen is you would mine into this. And you'd have layers of ore and just stuff like that. Fill to the brim. And then at the very top this would happen. So all these things fall down. It's really hectic. It's pretty fun. But yeah, that's how that worked. Summon event. So this was automated at one point, I guess, too. And then the third and final event, which was probably the worst one, to be honest. It's very reminiscent of the prologue. And you can't jump down there, I don't think. No, there's barrier blocks. I just seen one, where is it? Yeah, there you go. So you can't get over that. But I can. Yeah. Yep, so you just make your way through these. I think you need to shoot these buttons to open up the doorways. Something like that. And then you're out here. It's a very long event. If I played Ømen 4, I would not join on this event. Personally. Looking back on it, I wouldn't join. Because it just seems really tedious, and I don't remember what the rewards really were for this. I don't think it was anything super good. Pretty standard. And you shoot the targets in these towers and then leave. Yeah, okay. Yeah, so in my opinion, that was the worst event. Look how cute this is, like little particle effects, like the hearts. Yeah, so at that point in time, we had Law, Don, Angel, Cameron, Harley, and Tubes in the Patreon. I don't know why Chris has a Patreon block, then. I think what it was is that I just didn't rename the title on the command block, and it was used for something else. I think that's all it was. But yeah, so all we have left to look at now is the main content, which this should be fun. So we're gonna go through the strikes and the raids in order. So strike 1, raid 1, so on. So we are on the strike side, I think. Yeah. Alright. So you would pay here. And then you would be... I would click these. These are my teleporter buttons. They only work for me. But I'd click these. Get things set up and ready. And then I would spawn people in. And apparently I didn't learn the I didn't learn the teleport command also had a facing direction component. We spawned in facing this way. But I could have made the command do that, but whatever. Anyway. Let's go through the strike. You would fight here for a while. And then this would open up. Underwater section. Ømen 5 strike. Ømen 5's first strike is very reminiscent of this as well, and I'm thinking of completely redoing it, to be honest, because I mean, we'll see soon. We're almost done with Ømen 4, so you'll see. It's almost identical to this. Almost. But I think I'm gonna go back when I can. Sorry, when I can build on Omen 5 again. I'm most likely gonna go back and redo the first strike. And that would be the end of that. But in the sky, and also now with this render distance, you can see the raid from here, actually. So we'll fly over there. But that was the strike. Not too long, but it is the first strike, so it's expected. The first one shouldn't be too long. But this is the first raid. And it goes on a bit longer than that. Yeah, there you go. And you'll see these themes continue into Omen 5. So we start here. Run across. And again, like, remember remember Omen 1 and just how an entire raid in Omen 1 would have literally been this. Just that one island. It's like, what the fuck? So you would run either side and press on these, and that would open the gate. Getting a bit of choppy frames right now. Clouds are turned on for me right now. They shouldn't be. Yeah, run around the roof. And then, for some reason, God knows why, there's a teleport here, and then boop. Run across, and then you need to shoot these targets, which, if you follow the rules of Omen, you'll be able to see them clear, but I've got clouds on, so they're above me. And then this door would open up. You enter this kind of prison place. Shoot these targets. This door opens up. It's a very target-shooty, gimmicky place, I think. And then go in that room, flick a switch. This will open up. Same deal again. Hit the switches. Doors open up. Target blocks. 1, 2. Open up that door. And then you make your way... Oh. I think the... Oh. Are we back? The game crashed. It was getting quite framey, so I should have seen that coming. It's a lot to load in. I think my render distance needs to be turned down. But we should be back in a second. How can I remember all this? Honestly, it's because I have to. Like, I had to remember all this, or I couldn't run it, so it's like kind of a core memory. Like, these raids and stuff were kind of hardwired into my brain. Like, I had to remember how to run it all, so... It's Omen 4, so it wasn't too long ago. It's somewhat still recent memory. It's just syncing data right now, apparently. Yeah, I'm flying around too fast for the game to keep up with that render distance, so I might need to turn it down. But we shall persist. Right, let's get back into... It's gone again, what the fuck? It's really worrying how it does this. Every time, like, if you load up Minecraft, it breaks. It's very scary. Just in terms of, like, possibly losing a world that took so long to make. So now, it says it's syncing, and then it'll say, oh, it failed, and then I'll cancel it, and then it works. It's, yeah, creepy. Spooky. Like if I click cancel, stop syncing, cancel again, stop syncing. It works. Like why? It's so it worries me. I wish that music would play while I'm flying around. And then new music. Anyway. Back to where we were. You travel up to the top of this temple. And then voice crack happens, and then there's this. You go in, and then this is the boss fight area. Contained, because there's a wither. You'd fight a wither boss here. And then, yeah, that'll be it. First raid. Move aside, please. And then you're back in the castle. So the second set of content. Hell taketh. Oh, this is cool. I'm gonna be very ghetto and play some music down the mic for a second. I won't do it for long, I promise. Let me try and find the right one first, though. I don't think it was that one. Wasn't that one either. This one has an ad on it. How do you have an ad on a game? Well, this is the right one anyway, so works out. Can we hear this? We can. Right, so when you would load into this strike, this music would play. And overhead, you've got... I mean, I'm not playing the music right now. But you load in and you hear this. And you've just got these, like, these ships overhead. These giant ships. It's all very fucking in your face straight away. Like, holy shit. And it was sick. But yeah, you can go find that song. It's Doom Eternal Super Gore Nest Game Rip Personal Mix by a guy called Ritz, like the crackers. And he uploaded that version of it. But it hits the right spot with the song. It's like, oh yeah. And you just come in and it's like, what the fuck? And it's meant to be an invasion of these ships. The Nether ships from what you've seen in the past. And then this village is filled with these guys who have trails. Fire trails. Napalm soldier. And that's how trails look, by the way. So if you've got a trail in Ømen for accomplishing something, they're less in your face, because if I put that on a player, you'd have fire in your face constantly, but yeah. Trails look like that. This strike went through some issues in terms of just creative blockage. It was gonna start over there. You would come out of the cave and you would run this way, but instead I made like a little Whiterun Skyrim ripoff, kind of. But not entirely. And, yeah. Fuck, pardon me. Yeah, but you've got all these, structures that have been melted. Just holes in them. Like, I always thought this looked pretty cool. Like, these rips through this, like, castle structure. It's like, it looks like molten metal or something. It's like, it's sick. And then, this is literally, I shit you not, a complete copy. Not block for block, but in terms of what you have to do of Ømen 2... Oh, no, Ømen 3's 5th raid. So the strikes were becoming quite raid lengthy in terms of past worlds. And the raids were becoming like raid plus sized. But yeah, these ships are all fully built, I think. Yep. Not that you would ever see this. Because they're just copied and pasted in. And I think one of them is the raid ship. I think. Can't see it. But yeah, like, it's very low effort. Like, look at this. In all fairness, it's like, if no one's gonna see it, you don't need to worry about it, but this looks so, like... like, I didn't even finish the roof there. Can you even see that? No. It's not too bad then, but it's very, it's like a facade. Very, movie prop-esque type stuff going on. The portal is here to the second raid, actually, I think. Is it? No, it's not. Okay. I don't know what the story was behind that. I don't think it doesn't make much sense. Like, they created a portal that linked to their ship to attack them. Like, I don't know. Anyway, so second raid. Oop, no, I was already on the right side. Still one of the best environment frame type things I think I've done. Pretty nice. So it does start on a ship. So where is this? Pretty imposing, though. Okay. Yep, so this ship is like longer, bigger. There's a command block there for some reason. And it has a portal on it. What is it? What the fuck? That wasn't always there. Look at that. What? What the fuck? Very strange world generation. Anyway, you would fight up the ship and enter through this portal. And I know, like, so the story behind them is meant to be, like, the fleets have a capital ship with a link to their, like, home world, which is where we're going, essentially. And this is how they constantly have reinforcements on their ship, because they have portals linked to where they come from. So they walk up here and they get sent to a ship. God, this reminds me of the Ømen 5 raid. Like, just this introduction area. And this would be crawling with all of those napalm gladiator enemies we seen earlier. Tons of those guys. Skeletons up on these things. Hoglins and whatnot, the pig things would be in here. Like, the rooms don't really make much sense. It's like room to room, like they might have a different purpose, or it's like a big long pathway for no reason, like where like you don't feel immersed in that you're in an area that has a purpose and a function. Like you're walking through hallways and rooms and it's like, okay, strange. Pretty cool effect with the respawn anchors. And then you would fight in this room until the door unlocks. Archers on all of these podium things. And in each one of these towers there was a thing called a warden, which this is before the real Minecraft warden. And they would be like stronger enemies that have a... They don't have keys, but it's like each one represents a lock, so if you kill them, this will open up. Got some like different sort of ships here, like barge looking things. Like a rib cage tops over them. And then after that, you enter this. And I believe this is the boss room. Yep. And then you would fight a wither boss in here or something, and then that would be that. Watch how seamless this is. And we're in the castle, straight from the Nether. So that's the second set. The third set, this is the Undying Cultist faction. Flooded Strike on, Flooded Grave. Donnie had me playing a shit game on Roblox. Unlucky. So in terms of Omen 5, this is where I'm up to. In terms of building. Is this like Strike, but the Omen 5 version. So I'm not even halfway through the main content, actually, yeah. But yeah, I like the aesthetic of this. Like, it is literally a flooded graveyard. Very swampy, marshy. It's overflown with graves as well, really flooded in terms of population, I guess. Just coffins everywhere. Wither roses, there's like a natural hazard as well. Because if you step on them, you'll get the wither effect. So the objective was to go to these different branching pathways and get a guy with an Eye of Ender key. And he'd be running around in each section somewhere. Just these winding graveyard pathways and whatnot. They would always be at the back of them to stretch out content length, I guess. But you would place them in these frames the soul flames would come upon these soul sand bits. And then this door would open. And then it's another case with the keys for these two to open this. And they would be around here somewhere, in this like oval church area. And then go inside. And you are met with this. I don't think you can fall in there. But yeah. Good aesthetic, not much of a gimmick going on, but it's good. So for the raid, I'm really proud of this one. I'm really proud of this raid now that I remember it. It's really cool. I can't wait to make Omen 5's equivalent of this aesthetic, this raid in general. Like I am really looking forward to it. But it's called Delusion. So the idea is that you've went through the cracks in the floor in the church and now you're in this place. I'm gonna put it to midnight. And it's just this magical, weird, crumbling, like floaty void of a place. Everything's black. It's lit by soul lanterns. There's like a little parkour section here. The XP on the floor is kind of ruining the illusion. But, yeah, you're meant to be in a void. I'm going to turn clouds off. For the sake of this, because, yeah, there we go. And it had a lot of tricks in it, so I'd be like, oh, I'm going to turn this corner and go in here. Nope. Like that. This is still really good to me. I fucking love this. Boop. Now you're on a bridge. But don't go that way. Now you're in like these towers. And this kind of stretches along this way. I've never showed you this. I swear I've showed you this, Amy. Maybe not. I don't know. And then you get to the end, and it's like, I'm gonna go through this tower. Boop. And now you're underwater for no fucking reason. The whole raid is meant to be really trippy. And nothing needs to make sense, which is nice. It's very freeing. By the way, straight up just didn't even build these. Didn't finish building these columns, and it went completely unnoticed. Don't know why. Little guardian friend over there. Little fishy. A little fishy. I've seen everything else, but that was so cool. It's my favourite theme. Like, out of all the raids, I think this aesthetic is my favourite one. So you would parkour up these blocks, up to here. Head down these stairs. But oh no! Teleport again. It's very me. That's good. I was debating on making this aesthetic the main theme of the Remnants, which is the final faction, like the sixth and final raid faction or whatever else. But I think it's unique to itself. I don't know. And teleport. And then you're going down this again. It's so good. I love it so much. And now we're here. a bit more of a larger market looking town. You should add hints of this to Omen 5. Omen 5 is going to have its own raid and stuff that's themed like this as well, so not to worry. Just like the floating displaced like bricks and stuff like. It's like you're walking through a memory. In a way, if that makes sense. That's how I kind of think about it. Yeah, so you can't go that way because it's crumbled that way, so you just go this way. And it comes back. And then this was like a little, an arena fight here, I guess. You get trapped in. And then with this, you go over there, I think? No. Where do you go? That's what I remember there being a thing that you press. That's what I must have gotten rid of that, I don't know. There used to be, anyway. Not anymore. And you make it up here. And you go boop. And now you're going down one of these things again, but it's a little bit different. Just like this dissension into the boss arena is... It's such a cool arena. I think this came back in Omen 5 as an arena. Like, this layout in general is an arena in Omen 5 because I was so happy with it. The end portal's just completed, it's so trippy. We lost the football, boo-hoo. Yeah, no shit. I had Liam next door screaming and stuff, like, come on! Fucking crackheads. But anyway. Yep, this would be the boss room, and then you would fight the Wither in here, the Wither boss, and then a bunch of other enemies, and then go home. Like, returning to this after that raid is, like, jarring. Because I remember hosting it, and when we finished it, you just teleport here, it's like, oh my god. But yeah, on to the fourth set, which is like the snowy, the Frost Venturer faction. I remember this one being quite extensive for no fucking reason. I remember it being a little bit too much. Sorry, not the strike, but the raid, you'll see. Well, even the strike, actually, kind of. Let's set it back to daytime. Oh, it's starting to lag a little bit. Like, frame-wise, it might crash again. It might. Okay, just expect it to crash again. But, yeah. Very pristine looking ruins. I don't know how that works, but yeah. No texturing at all. Very flat. And again, I need to... I was gonna say it's built block by block, but it's not. But as far as like these slabs go, these details, that's block by block. You can't command that. These big drops, though, these are commands. So that saved me some time. Not like that really even had to be there, but you know. Yep, so you fight through these like underground ruin type things, and you can see like bits of the surface as you're fighting through it. So you're not too far underground. And then, what? No. Yeah, you go up here. And then around there. And you kind of emerge into this valley type place. Which, again, all these like little details where the blocks are sticking out, that's hand by hand again. It's like... it's a lot. Stuff like this is why these worlds take months to make at this point. And then a big unneeded circle around over here. I need to point this out because I always find this pretty cool. So it's centered there, like, pretty well in like a diamond shape, but when you get closer, and this was completely unintentional, by the way, as far as a really cool coincidence, you get closer and you realize that's not even what it was. It just aligns that way. I thought that was pretty cool. But you get to a ruin, and it has like an icy portal, and that's the end of the strike. The raid... what's it called? Frostbite. This raid, I'm not even... You'll see. But let's look at the fourth one for now. So, there's the portal. And then you kind of emerge from a cave again. And then you're in this, like, valley. And I need to like, fly up to show this, because... it's all floating in the sky. There's a village down there. Look at the fucking size of this. Like, why? Like, why do I do this to myself? Because one thing that factored into the size of, especially this raid, and especially the one after this, is I would draw the plan down on paper. And for some reason that kind of translated into the things being bigger in-game. So you would circle around up here, through the ruins, around here like this, through there, across the bridge. And the enemies in this weren't easy either, they were quite beefy, and they would hit quite hard, so it was very unbalanced. There was just so much area to get through. Go down here, click that. That opens up this gate. You go in here. Little arena fight, enemies kind of rush in. And then this door opens. Little cave here. Go through here, round here, and then that'll lead up to behind this. That's normally locked, so you have to travel up here in the ruins, go across. Why is the snow like that? Click that, and it opens the door. You can't jump down, which is... God. It's so lengthy. It's so long. Go through here, fight in here, another arena fight. Travel around this bend. More buttons to click. You click that one, click this one. This opens up this doorway. And then you would fight in here for a little bit, and eventually this floor would vanish, and you would drop down into this, and the boss fight would happen here. Needlessly long. It might not have seemed... I mean, it was long to fly through, let alone actually playing and fighting through it and hosting it. It's unneeded how long that is. I just bit off way more than I could chew, and well, I mean, I did chew it. I built the thing, but it was needless. It didn't need to be like that. Looking back on things. So the 5th set is called... What's this one called? Pillaged. So this is all pillager based. This is funny. So in Ømen 3, I mentioned how I kind of copied and pasted the basic design, or like roughly the shape of some parts of the Halo adventure map I made. And this is literally like... It's so close to how it looks, it's ridiculous how out of ideas I was. But it works. I repurposed an idea, I guess. And not all of it is taken after that, by the way, but all of this is, in a way. Fighting through this. I think you need to go into the basement to get something first, and then you come up here. There's buttons there. Click. Oh, no, it's Eyes of Ender, so one there, one there. Open up the gate. Should I bring my HDMI cable tomorrow so we can play Minecraft on the bedroom TV? Yeah, if you want to. We should probably buy a new one. And then leads out to here, and there's like some Ravager stables over here, yeah. You get rushed by like three or four Ravagers with like speed on. And for some reason this leads to a cave, and I think the idea is that they've came here for redstone, so that's what they're harvesting or something like that. So it's very redstone heavy. Emerge into this like jungle area here. Again, pretty taken from the Halo adventure map. I'm not proud of myself for doing that. Because it's not bad to repurpose an idea, but it's like I know where it's came from, and it's just so funny to me. I don't know. There's some leftover enemies too. So this is like their packaging area. Some redstone sitting around. Crates and whatnot. Another Eye of Ender type key thing going on. Just picked up a crossbow. Yeah, captured iron golem. This part is like not really a maze, but it's like you need to find the exit. It's like a jungle filled with vindicators, which is a nightmare because they're just hiding behind trees and leaves, and you'll get jumped by a vindicator, which they do a lot of damage. Witches too, apparently. Pardon me. More caves. These are a nightmare to build, by the way. Anything artificial-wise, like this is a fake cave. This is in the sky. Look at this. Look. These are a nightmare to make. This takes so long. I hate building caves. Spiders. Very, very flat cave. It's still going. Again, needless, really. Like, these caves could have been half as long. It'd have been fine. And then you emerge again into a dock, really, with the ship. And if you look really closely, this is not a real ocean. There's trees under the water. This is really creepy to do. It's like, ugh, it's making me like cringe in a spooky way. Like there's things under the water. Ugh, it's a tree, and it comes out of the fog. But I realized that I had to put a ship at the end, and we're really high up off the ground, like really high. So I made a fake ocean and ice. We're so high up that ice is generating. I couldn't really get rid of that. I couldn't fix this. But the illusion's good enough. Like, that's there. But I think at the time, the render distance didn't even let that peek through. And you're too busy fighting things anyway, so you don't really notice. And then, yeah, come up here. Your rewards will be on these chiseled blocks. And boop. That was the 4th strike. Or the 5th, even? 5th? Yeah, 5th. The 5th raid. This took it out of me for a while, and I did it to myself, and I don't know why. This is the worst raid in Ømen history. Like, 100% it's the worst one. It's unimaginative. The enemy variety was horrible, because it was all pillagers. There was no gimmick other than pure horde mode. It's just bad. I'm not a fan. I put myself through so much stress trying to complete this, and in the end, I just... Yeah, I'm not a fan. It's too long as well. So you come on the ship to this place, and this is very reminiscent of the 5th raid in Ømen 3, I think it was. But just way bigger. Like, it's some sort of, like, Attack on Titan thing. Like, this is a town. Like a whole city. Walled off city. Which is pretty cool. I can see it on this render distance now. You never could. With this at the end. And you need to fight all the way there. All the way. That must be 1,000 blocks. I don't even know. Fucking insanity. And it all the way through, it's zombie villagers, illagers, and related enemies, so like Ravagers, Witches, Vindicator, just stuff like that. That's all it was all the way through. It was bad. Chris did this drunk, and I don't blame him. I remember one night he did this, he was drunk, and he finished it. But, It's a cool idea, but in practice, it's, not good. But yeah. We're gonna, like, speed fly through this. Because it's all quite samey. That's refreshing, there's some stables. It does accomplish one thing, and that's that you do feel like you're traveling through a fucking ginormous city. It does that much. And I think that's all it does. That's all it accomplishes. Exposed command blocks for some reason. I could have hidden those in like a house, but no. Just on the roof. Little market square there. And then we're getting a bit framey again. Might need to slow down. Stop flying too fast. But then we're this far in now, and then we have this behind us. And I shit you not, this entire thing has one small room inside it, and that's it. Because I was so done with building it, I couldn't bring myself to extend it. I don't even have the illusion of a doorway that means, like, oh yeah, there's more to it, but this is all we experience. No, it's just this. But this was good enough back then. This was good for the times. These were my standards. My standards. I need a drink again. So yeah. That was the 5th raid. And I despise it. I really don't like it. So the 6th set. This is the raid. That looks really cool. I'm happy with that. But the strike, here we go, what's it called? Ash Valley. So if you remember from Ømen 3, you had this whole thing with like the horseback type strike. This is that on steroids. And I think you have to do these towers, I think. I would imagine it's an eye vendor in the chest. There's 2 of them. So you do that. There's still pumpkin skeletons from the Halloween event. I made it so all the mobs would spawn in with pumpkins for the Halloween event. Yep, so here's the horses stables. You would get your horses here. There's one. And you would just ride through these canyons of just cobblestone, which I shit you not are lava casts. I made a wall with obsidian or something, poured lava on it, and then poured water over it. That's why it looks like this on the outside. It's all lava cast. But yeah, there's a lot of like towers and shulker boxes got used in this, which is quite a fun gimmick. I don't have bad memories of this. I remember this being pretty cool. It was very gimmicky with the horses as well, and quite a lengthy build. But I'm not super proud of it, but it's cool. It's good for what it was built for. Like it served the gimmick well. All these abandoned horses from past attempts and stuff. People going through the strike. I was really allergic to texturing things back then, wasn't I? Like this looks nice. I like the details with the walls. If the floor was textured with like maybe smooth stone and then like normal stone andesite, polished andesite, that would look nice. Like why not? And do some cobbled black stone, be good. More stables in case you lost your horse. Chunky tower. Like this looks nice. As far as Ømen 4 goes, it is nice. I'm happy with it. I would say so. And then this, let's see where this goes. All the way around. So anyone who has a keen eye might kind of remember this. Maybe. This is not a complete to scale recreation, I don't think. But this is the first raid from Ømen 3. But it's all corrupted and fucked up and it looks like this. I don't know if in the lore it's meant to be the same place. I don't know. Maybe. It might just be member berries for like older Omen players. From back in the day. I don't know. But yeah. Same mechanics too. Same thing, copy and paste. Keys on either side of the tower. This isn't the same though, is it? Oh wait, yeah it is. Yeah, there's like things to flick or keys to insert to open up the way forward and stuff. It's all the same. And then it ends here. Portal at the end. I don't think you can enter that. Nope. This is for decoration. And then some dumped loot there from God knows how long ago. Take your rewards and boop. So all we have left to look at now is the final raid. This might be like a nighttime situation. But there's the portal. For continuity. This is just cool. I remember being pretty happy with this. Visually. It could have used a little bit more, less straight forward down walls, but very flat at the top as well. But it's fine for the time. There's holes in the wall from, like, wither shots as well, I think. But yeah. This is meant to be like an Omen castle. But I don't know how... I don't know story-wise why it looks the way it does. I don't know why it's overtaken and corrupted looking. Like the Omen story is very vague and self-admittedly not very fleshed out, but it's like, if you don't flesh out the story, that means people... This is going to sound so lazy, but if you don't flesh out the story, people can fill the gaps and kind of come up with their own answers, and I kind of like that. So I don't want to just tell a whole story and explain everything, and I think it's cool. Especially if it's not, like, super deep. But, yeah. This one had a very fun gimmick with phantoms, like the stingray-looking enemies, not Omen phantoms. Waves of them would spawn in a big line. And just go, and dive bomb, and if you didn't have a shield, you were fucked. You like piranhas. This 5? No, we're still on 4. This is the very end. We're about to go to 5 pretty soon. Welcome back, Chris. Oh, there's one there. So, yeah, like a ton of them would spawn at the end of these corners. And if you didn't have a shield, there's like... You'd get hit in like a big chain. It was really... it was really cool. But if you got a shield, you could block it and stand behind it. And it's like... And just like deflect them all. Stuff like that you would never experience in like survival Minecraft. This is little Omen experiences. So how you completed this was you would go around, I think, from this way. You go this way first, and then this opens up later on. So you do a full circle around the entire thing. There's these like side parts with keys to flick, because I think these towers were locked off, so like little side paths you need to do. And you would do 3 of those, do the full circuit, go all the way around. Which is already very lengthy, keeping in mind you're going up against the beefiest enemies in the game at this point. So this took a while. I remember this raid got split into 2 sessions at one point. Not because I've been on all day, I think I was hosting the world like really late. So we split it into 2, but still. Like, what the fuck? And then you go in the castle, technically. And, God, a voice crack, time to take another drink. And, yeah. So, again, side paths, this would be shut. You go this way. You click that, and you click that one. There's a shulker. And then you would go back through this hallway. Going up to here. Travel around up the stairs, around here. Down this hallway. To this portal. And I think this just brings you back to that center point when you first enter the castle. Yeah, it does. Alright. And then there's another one. I think this one's shorter, though. I don't remember this one being as long. Yeah, we go around down there, fight up a room. Nothing much to see, really. You come round here, cross the bridge, click this, and then back here. And at this point, this room would be open to you. And you continue on. I'm pretty sure this is like a lift, so... Oh, yeah. Like, I've got like a levitation effect right now. You just ascend up this tower. And then you would enter here. So there's two, I think two? Yeah, two. Yeah. So you're fighting here, and it's like a mini arena game. You do this one. And then you're on like the top level of the castle in this room. And then you would fight the final boss. I don't think I was the final boss in this one. That was like a uniquely Omen 2 thing. Or Omen 3. Omen 2. Omen 2. And then that would be that. I don't know how to express how it feels as well to finish building the last raid. It's like, you're done. You're just completely done. The biggest builds are all done, and you can just relax. It's a huge weight off my shoulders whenever these, like, the last block, you're like, oh my god, we're fucking done. Holy shit. We can play the game now. It doesn't feel real. Every time. But yeah, that's all of the main content in Omen 4. And that is the only... well, not the only. That's the most recent finished Omen world. Omen 5 exists, which we're going to go look at. Well, in a few minutes. Or maybe not even that long. But yeah. It's got its flaws. Omen 4, I think, really suffered with automation. And the obsession to use commands at any point possible to make things more seamless. It kind of took out a lot of the community aspects of the world. The realm's render distance had a big part in playing the world feeling very disconnected as well. And like I said earlier on, at least it's updated now, so it's a lot nicer. Pardon me. The automation had a small place in the world. Like, this one dungeon is a fully automated dungeon that works. You click that. Door shuts, enemies spawn. You go through, fight the enemies. And you go to the end, and it's quite a lengthy easy dungeon, holy shit. Sorry for burping so much, I've not even had anything to eat. I don't know why I'm burping so much. But yeah, click this. The chat says you've completed it, you get teleported outside, and it's all reset. I think if you click this, it kills all them. It does. And that was the only fully functional, zero issue automated dungeon in the entire world. Lucy did automate the medium ones, or some of them, but they were overtuned, they were harder than the hard mode dungeons, and he just didn't get around to balancing them out. And also, if you failed in the dungeon, it would break. So, that's a fun. But yeah. That's Omen 4. I don't think Omen 4 lasted too long as well. But we're going to save and quit. And we're going to move on to modern times. We're going to move on to what my building level, I guess. My current building level. What it's at. We're going to see an in-development world, and just this world that is stuck in purgatory until further notice. Until Mojang fix their shit. Or until I get a PC. The PC is a lot more likely. And that's kind of sad to say. It's just it's a very neglected bug. And it's just stuck in limbo. Until PC, baby. World upload failed. We'd like to try again. No. And see? There was no issue. It worked. I don't know why it does that. So, let's go on to Omen. Which one? Oh, well, Omen 5, obviously. But I think this one's more recent. It's had some changes. Because if it lets me in, there we go. I've got some things in it. So I have some old packs that I got from, like, back when we could actually import mods from the MCPDL. And stuff like that. But I do have some official ones from the marketplace, which will be updated and are, you know, approved. Like XP storage, that sounds good, doesn't it? Realight reimagined. So torches work when you walk around with them. Stuff like that. Utilities has like vein miner and whatnot. Tree capitator, bunch of things. And yeah, so on. But we're just gonna go in. I'm not gonna add anything else. Experimental world. I don't know why I do this every time I put experimental mode on. And it shows this message and you think, why the fuck would you ever do that? But I do, every time. I don't know why. It's like, oh, the world could break at any point, and you've been working on this for a long time. Are you sure you want to do this? I'm like, yep. Because my reasoning is I get access to the features that are going to be coming out, and I get to toy with them for a while and include them in the world, and there's no reason to do that. Also, Tinker's Construct doesn't work very well on this world, so I'm hoping when it's in a realm it'll work. Because if I show you in the inventory, unless they fixed it, I doubt it. Yeah, there's like items of Tinker's Construct are just broken. Like this. Like, a lot of it is broken. And I think it's all because it's rather because it's an older world. Health bar, by the way. Or because it's on experimental mode. Let's set it to day. Welcome to fucking Omen 5, whee! The health bar thing, that can be changed. It's quite jittery. There is a book. This one? Yeah, Damage Indicators Guidebook. You can customize it. Different effects and whatnot. But I'm going to change the health bar to none, because it's quite horrible. Why I didn't confirm it, did I? Health bar. None. Submit. There we go. Where to start? I guess the castle. Makes sense. So, this is like the castle's ultimate form. If I could improve on this, I would be shocked, to be honest. Got the parapets. It's all defined. It looks sick. It's good. How far we've came. Yeah, just sits there. Looking good. It's fully fleshed out. The only thing is the second floor has no use, and that's a staple thing in every world. The top floor has the spawn room, so when you first join the world or the realm in the future, you'll be in here. Ømen's waiting room. Discord link. Feel free to join. Nothing's happening in there for a while. And this, I wouldn't really class this as a room. So I guess it's not the top floor, but I don't know. Anyway. So we're bringing back the sense of community and the lived-in world. We've got like little ruins and street lamps on the roads. Hitching posts. And even when you use a hitching post, it'll be like, Write-Off is hitching their mount at the castle. And it's like letting people know where everyone is. So on, these are temporary command blocks for me. Strike 3, Strike 2, Raid 1, so on. Only 2 events at the moment. I might make a change. Again, this world is not even halfway finished, so it's unfortunate. But look, there's texture on everything. Look at all the texture, how fucking fleshed out it is. These are player zones where you can put down your shulkers because there's deny blocks underneath this entire thing, so no one can break anything. But on these platforms, if you see a bedrock patch, you can place blocks. So, for example, shulker boxes are a very common sight in Ømen. People carry around a lot of things in shulker boxes. Potions and gapples and supplies. So people will come here for the raids and the strikes and sort their inventories out and get ready. We've got anvils, if you ever need an anvil on the spot. Ender chests. And a bin, which does work. If I put a bone in. Gone. And it even lets people know that, for some reason. That might be a bit TMI. That might need to be taken out, I don't know. We'll see. Here is the Phantom selection. Like, just fucking look at this, like... Look at it! Witness! It's so nice. I'm so proud of myself. But yeah, here's the Phantom selection. Works how it always did. Little Vex laughs as well. And the little laughs get deeper as you go along. Phantom kits. Potions of strength look like piss now, thanks Mojang, very cool. The raid previews are very stick thin in terms of presentation. There's not really much going on there right now. And this is the raid and the strike selection. I really struggled squeezing this into the castle. But I managed, that's the word. I managed to do it eventually, and when these are filled with their like little environment previews and whatnot, I think it's gonna look very nice. And also I need to build these little stained glass things above them all, but it's not much of a... it's not gonna happen anytime soon, because... yeah, the bug. Inside the castle, there's 2 merchants. We have the... what's this guy called? The Raid Item Shop. And then over here we have the Eternal Item Shop, I believe. Yeah. And Raid Shop is quite obvious what it sells. Raid supplies, extra lives, totems, a new item in terms of Omen 5 called an item recovery something. What's it called? I think it's like item recovery. Let's see what it's called. Oh, that is what it's called. All right, 100 shards, not cheap. As far well, I don't know how the economy is going to play out in this world, but it doesn't sound cheap to me. Flickery. Ooh. But let me explain eternal items. So for the first time ever in an Omen world, when you die, you will drop your shit. This is... I feel like to an an Omen player, that is scary to hear, but it's got a purpose. So eternal items, if I go in here and show you this, this is a place where you can buy them, and I think this book explains what they are. So all items bought within this shop are eternal. This means that you won't drop them upon death. The items don't come with enchantments, but you can enchant them yourself. So I don't believe these shops have commands in them yet. No. Doesn't look like it. Yeah, there's none. So what it'll do, and I do have... Hell yeah, fuck them players. It's not like that, right? So you'll see. I do have examples of eternal items, which is... It's literally like, imagine a sword. Look at all these sword combinations. Tinker's Construct, by the way. Look at that. They do things too. They do things. They have effects. But imagine the sword, and then it says, underneath Diamond Sword, this item will not be lost on death. And it isn't. That's all it is. But in terms of Omen, if you know how Omen goes, that is a very big deal. So, 50 shards per item piece is, as far as I'm aware, quite expensive. So, don't die. And things might change with the economy and the items and how things work. I don't think... I'm going to resist turning on keep inventory, I think. Because I would imagine if you think out your approach, you invest in eternal items, you buff them up, you get good enchantments, you'll be fine. I think it will definitely separate the good players from the bad players. Those, like, a good player is just someone who prepares themselves well enough in these worlds, I would say, for the raids and whatnot. So yeah, castle looking fucking mighty fine. Super good. And it's all built. It's not like it's missing the back or anything. It's all there. But yeah, super nice. And just looking around, it's like, compared to Omen 4, it's so different. Like, for one, we have the arena in its ultimate physical form. It's not a command thing in millions of miles away. It exists. You can go visit it. Pathways got a little bit of detail going into them. Bridges. And then here we have the market. Is a market... Why is it like that now? That never used to be like that. That's strange. Anyway, I'll fix that eventually. Oh no, wait. Because we can do this now. Look what we can do. We can edit signs on the fly. Okay, well. Whatever, I'll fix it. It doesn't matter. You get the idea. That village is such a labour of love, says Chris. It is. Look at it. It's so pretty. It's pretty in its own way. It's a big ruin. But yeah, we've got some hitching posts. And it even says hitching at the market. So immediately on your right we have the mount shop. Horses and whatnot. Donkeys as well if you want to have a backpack. Like horse or whatever. To carry things around. We've got the food shop, and you might recognize this from Minecraft Dungeons. I kind of copied the build because I just thought it looked nice. Same with the enchantment shop. No, the potion shop, sorry. And the blacksmith. And if you haven't played Minecraft Dungeons, I really recommend it because it's pretty good. And all the other ones are all original. Designs by me, inspired by Minecraft Dungeon merchant stands and whatnot. So over here we have the odds and ends, I think it is, yeah. These are like items that I couldn't really categorize into a shop that would be worth making a stand for. So things like, let's go have a look. Like candles, end rods, glow ink, ender chest, beacon, conduit, name tags, book and quill, ender pearls. Just odds and ends. This might be extended, or items might be replaced, I don't know. But yeah, pretty nice. All of them have like their own personality, very fleshed out interiors. It's so, like Chris said, it's a fucking labour of love. We spent a lot of time on this village. We've got the potion shop. Here, we've got a nether shop for all your nether related items. The redstone shop, I like this one, tucked away in here. And now, we have new copper blocks, like the grates and whatnot. So, might change some things. Maybe add something, I don't know. But, you know, Minecraft updates happen, new blocks. Copper lamps. Here's a question, Chris. Since we have copper bulbs, I replaced the redstone lanterns with the acacia trapdoors with these. Do you think they should come back, or is this good? Are they nice? Do you think? Over here we have the Fletchers, and these are reference to Chris's bow shop from Ømen 1, yeah. You like the new bulbs? Nice. Okay, we keep the bulbs. We keep them. Over here we have the the Shrine of Absolution. I don't know if I'm using that word right for what it does, but it heals you and it feeds you up all the way, so your tummy's full. And, yeah. The village is meant to be a safe place. Not to say that things might not happen here. I don't know. The world isn't done. I don't know how it's going to play out. I know I can't use zombies, though, because they'll go after the villagers. They can't die. They have, like, resistance 10 for, like, forever. Longer than you'll live in real life. Like, they are eternal. Here is the blacksmith. I added a Tinker's Construct diamond anvil there, because it just looks cool. No, you can't get to it. There is a mace head there. Because sometimes I come on the world and I mess around with things. But yeah, gear shop. So on top of eternal items, you can come in here and buy your armor sets, your shovels, your swords, whatever. It's very cheap, because in Ømen, armor, unless it's enchanted, it gets shredded. It doesn't last. A diamond armor set will not last a long time at all. Especially if you're playing the arena, which you will be. But yeah. Very cheap diamond armor there, so don't go mining for diamonds and whatever else. Go buy it. It's not worth your time to go mine. Unless you want to invest in something I'll show in a bit. I added this. This is part of an add-on. The Waystone add-on. And these are like teleporters. And I think I'll make it like a prestige reward or something. I'm not too sure what I'll do with it yet, but it's very fitting. And how these work, and I'll do a quick presentation. You use the Warpstone wand. You crouch, I think? Do you crouch? No, you just need to have it in your hand. And then you can teleport between waystones. So, Villager Market It never used to make that noise, I don't like that. Yeah, so they're just like little cool teleporters that have physical, unique forms. And there's lots of variations. They've added more. They've added a cute warden warp stone, which I don't think I'll ever use, but yeah. I know what you're thinking, Chris, and no, it's not going to happen. I'm not gonna go mad with teleporters. It's gonna be like a prestige reward along the lines, or something like that. It'll be a reward, and it'll be accessed from around the world, like out in the wilderness, like out there somewhere. There might be one on a corner, maybe. We'll see. But I thought it was cool. I bought it for like survival, personal use, but I thought maybe in Ømen it might have a spot, but we'll see. We have the enchant shop, very cozy looking. He's got a cat in there. You can't use this enchantment table. Not that you'd want to, because it'd be like level 1. All the enchants are in there, I believe. Let's have a look. Are they max level? They are, alright. You can buy bookshelves as well. Why did I even do... No one's going up there, like... I go overkill on some things. Right. Yeah. All the enchantments, apart from curses and I think mending and some other things. However, they've added a mace, which means there's more enchantments. I might not even add them. I don't know how worthwhile the mace is going to be. There's a little player pad here for shulker use and whatnot. And then over here we have the wood shop. He's got all kinds of woods. Just built into this like little staircase type area. Little hangout area up here too. In terms of decoration. And I need to add more to this because they've added, let's have a look. We now have bamboo, mosaic, and cherry planks. So I need to add that here too. I could probably squeeze it in like here and here. So it should be fine. But yeah. That mace is going to slam, especially if you have a way to reliably fly. Ooh, okay. I don't know much about the mace. I've seen videos early on where it was one-shotting wardens, but I don't think you can do that anymore. So we'll see. Well, here, look, there is a way to reliably fly. It's called a wind charge. If you use it correctly. Yeah. Little slams. So this should be interesting in Ømen, because I think you can throw enemies away too. Let's get like a normal zombie so he burns to death. Yeah, you can knock... I guess these interact with buttons? Okay. Yup, it's a height-based damage increase. Okay. Yeah, we'll see how that plays out then. Well, I just got sent to the mine, so you can buy stone-related, like, blocks here, so bricks, raw stone, and deep slate and whatnot. All your special stones. Little mine track up there. Pretty cool. The wind charges push buttons. I found that out. Yeah, look at these hit effects too. Because of the that add-on. Pretty cool. Dopamine numbers. So, yeah, that's Oh, fuck's sake. Yeah, you can customize that too. You can change the font, the style, the hit sound, the hit effect. I think the one I've got on is the best one. I think I have it on Sparks. What's an explosion? Oh no, that was what I had on. So what's Sparks? Yeah, that's not too good. But you can customize this. And I think only you can see it. So everyone has their own effects. Flowers, cross, lightning. That's pretty cool. That's not too bad. Can mine be different? It can be. It's independent. I'm pretty sure it is. I think. I might be wrong, but I'm pretty sure it is. I don't remember comic. Oh, comic. What was it? Cosmic. Yeah. Bam! I feel like you'd go for this, Chris. Pow. My favourite one is definitely explosions, though. Definitely the coolest one, in my opinion. Anyway, so when I was talking about mining earlier, you can go mining and it will be profitable in Omen 5. There is a reason to go mining if you want to. You can sell your raw iron, your raw materials and whatnot here. For shards. I might need to make the payments higher, I don't know. Because like I said earlier, I think the economy, I'm trying to go for like a bare bones one. It's meant to be not a lot of return, because I don't want it to be inflated like Omen 4, because that was terrible. So it might change down the line, but we'll see how things go. But yeah, you can sell your mining goods here. I'm really proud of this cave entrance too, it looks nice. Any others I haven't shown? Is that the entire village? I know I haven't shown the interiors for all of them, but it's not exactly... I mean, they're all pretty nice to look at. Pardon me again. Christ. I don't have a mute button. If I was going to mute the burps, I'd have to smack the mic, like... And that's more annoying than me actually burping, I think. So... yeah, potion shop. We do have some new potions which benefit me, which is weird to think. We've got weaving, wind charging, and oozing and infestation. These are cool. I wish Minecraft would do more things like this, so let's get them out. So weaving, wind charging, infestation, oozing. I don't remember what they all do, so we'll find out together. Get a cleaver out for... why not? I'm gonna go over here, so in case it does anything bad. Let's get some zombies out. Some huskies. So, oozing... That's cool. So when you kill them, they make slimes. Like level 1 RPG stuff. Kill some slimes. Infestation. I think this is silverfish. I got his head. I didn't do anything. Infestation. Maybe they're banned. Maybe silverfish are a banned enemy. I don't think so. I'm sure that spawns silverfish though. Wind charging, this should be interesting. So... yeah, that's cool. A slight little knockback. It should be more powerful, I think. That'll be more fun. Oop. I think it's cool. I like it. That would be... oh, Chris. I've got evil thoughts. Imagine that on the Sky Island raid. So when you kill things on a bridge. Oh no. Don't give him ideas. Oh shit. Oh no. And then we have weaving, and I think this spawns cobwebs. Yeah, okay. Don't think I'll use them too much. The only way I'd use that is if the webs would vanish on their own. I don't think they do. So, it's unlikely. Heading on over here, we'll get to the arena soon, but over here we have the Church of Blood. And this is like... blood boxes, I think. I think we didn't get rid of blood box tiers, did we? We wouldn't do that. No, they're still around. In the Discord. So... I don't know. Hitching posts. Gives everyone a little notice that where you are. And this is where you can go and trade in mob drops for money, which you'll get a lot of. And also, by the way, because of Tinker's Construct, which I'm planning on having in Omen 5, if it doesn't have this bunch of broken stuff in a realm or full release, whatever, maybe they'll fix this. But there's effects on these weapons. I'll show you. Tasty. Stuck, Smeltery Cultivation, Undead, Plunder, Killager, Floaty, Soulbound, which is like... that Soulbound is actually the same thing as Eternal Items, which is a fun fact. Floaty... there's all these combinations of things. I'm not going to read them all out. But you can make your own weapon. And one of them is Cultivation and, like, Plunder. Like, that one has both. Wood Cleaver. To get more loot, which I imagine would double on top of looting. So... you know, food for thought. Trade in a lot of bones, get a lot of money. Spider Eyes, Bones, and Flesh, I think, are the main drops. And over here, Wither Skulls for Gapples. So, there's a Gapple exchange for a rare drop, which is the Skeleton Skull. Wither Skeleton Skull. We've got a dungeon over there. Yes, that's a dungeon. It's a bit different from having a hole in the wall. Dungeons became pretty fully realised in Omen 5. And this is the arena. And it's the best the arena has ever looked, and I think it's the best it will ever look. Got like a nice flower design, which don't know what it represents, but it's a flower design. Guess the design represents a flower. We've got all the familiar games. We've got the standard up to Netherite. All the god games are the same. And the enchanted games. So, for the loot tables, these are what I've got in mind. And this is from a god game. Like, these are god game rewards. So, standard games give you 1 amethyst shard. It's gonna be... you're gonna be pinching your pennies, I think. But the thing is, the arena is, like, infinitely replayable, so it's... if you're doing your arena tiers as well, you're gonna get a lot of shards, like a lot of money. So I had that in mind when I was making these reward boxes, and I thought, you know what? People play the game a lot. The people who stick around play a lot. Maybe the rewards shouldn't be as intense as past worlds, and I think this is pretty good. There's an example of the eternal items, by the way. This item is not lost on death. You'll lose your money, you lose your gapples, you lose everything else, but those are protected. So you need to be mindful of what you take with you when you go do things. And here is Lucy's Arena Selector. I think it's slightly broken at the moment, though, because of updates, I guess. Speaking of the devil. I use my emeralds to season my gapples before I eat them. That wasn't even the right arena. Oh no. Yeah, so that needs to be fixed. But it's a... yeah, I mean, as you've just said, it's super cool. It's so cool. But yeah, I guess it's got some flaws in it. Over time, I guess it's broken a little bit. But this is meant to be like an illager mansion in my own image. Got some like teasy rooms. Can't get into them. All the loot. Oh. There's a bedroom there. Pretty cool arena. It's very, all of the arenas are built with the arena in mind. So it's all built like an actual gamified combat area. Like, there's things to like, kite enemies around, jump over things, break their pathfinding, stairs and whatnot, second levels. You can jump down from the second level to escape enemies in a rush, so on. Pretty good. Exit arena, still here. Lets the chat know you were a coward. Nah, not really. Also, here is the nightmare and the mastery tiers and the clear effects button, all very compactly and neatly contained in this little display, which I think was very... it's a nice touch. I like it. So if we press it again, see if it works this time. Right. Let's have a look. No, so it's... something's broken. It never used to even do this. It's broken again over time. So, I'll have to hound Lucy to come and fix this. But, yep, so let's go check out the arenas. This is a returning one. This is the Chasm. This looks very different this time around. It's got a snowy look to it now. With an added little sneaky thing. Powder snow. You can fall through. Otherwise, it's the same arena. Just a different coat of paint. Very pretty. I might need to put an elytra on, like last time, because, take some time. Where's the fireworks at? Fireworks. I think I went past them. Blind. Blind moment. Alright, I'm gonna search for it. There we go. So, this one I think is new. I don't think this is a returning one. Nether Fortress type thing. Very, like, crumbly. Cool looking. Chains and whatnot. The string is there so these vines don't grow all the way down, because eventually they will touch the floor. Little blood splatters, because I don't know. Why not? Quite simple, but pretty cool. Nice layout. I like all of the arenas. I'm very happy with all of them. So there's that one. That's the mansion. This one's quite interesting. It's like a cemetery. It's got 2 layers to it, and all of these like these well-looking things, you can drop down below here for less fall damage. This one might be quite a clusterfuck of an arena. You can get back up, by the way. There is an exit, but it's there's dead ends. I feel like people are going to die in a corner quite a lot in this one. So there's one exit here, and there's another one over there, and it's like a staircase. It's the same thing. So yeah, quite an interesting one. Quite claustrophobic. And the decoration on the outside's quite nice. Yeah, it's all quite good. This way. Here is, again, if you remember the warped fungus tree arena, this is the same layout, but with a different coat of paint. Like a castle that's been taken over by fungus. It's quite visually pleasing. I used trapdoors to, like, kind of mimic vines growing up it. I thought that was a nice touch. And, yeah. Pretty good. I put some barrier blocks around so people don't get knocked up onto these walls or over the edge, because I don't want to have to teleport people around. This is Talk properly. Say the right things. This is a replica of the boss room in the third raid in Ømen 4, because I liked it so much. Best aesthetic. The floaty cultist aesthetic. It's nice. It's quite a small arena, so again, might be a tough one, but it's there. And you know what? You don't get a choice this time. You can't pick the arena you want. This picks it for you, or it will when it gets fixed. But there's no rush for that right now. Lost my rocket for a second. You can't use rockets in your offhand, so why is it an option? Why? Bedrock makes no sense. Right, so now, this one is new as well. This is a new arena. It's not a returning layout or anything. Quite open. It's quite a large arena. Some sort of, like, desert graveyard. Pretty good. Very complicated tower thing in the middle. It's nice. Open, like these open casket looking things. Quite cool. I'm a fan. I like it. I'm gonna have a nitpick here for a second, but the walls inside the arena aren't textured. Do we care? I think I might in the future. Maybe on a day when I'm having a slow day. Back, you know, when I can work on the world again. Might go do that. This is not a returning arena either, I don't think. But this one's very arena-ish, it's very gamey. Multiple levels, staircases, lots of things to fall through. It should be a good one. I think I'm happy with this one. Where haven't we seen? I know I have ones in the middle. And you're not going to be shocked which one's in the middle. I think I've shown all of the outside ones. So... Oh. Yeah, I've shown them all. Okay. Look who it is! Ye Olde Jungle Temple. It's probably the best it's ever looked in this, I would say. And we all know what it looks like on... Well, not on the inside, it's always a little bit different, but we all understand the layout of this arena by now. A brand new arena for the first time ever. The Jungle Temple. But yeah, that's the entire arena. Huge. I'm so happy with it. I love every bit of it. Little factoid, Ømen 5 had another world at one point, and I stopped working on it pretty quick. I don't know why, but I did. And I gave Ømen a break for a while. I think I was going for like the Destiny 2 phase at the time as well. So that might be why that game tends to take you away from everything else. And this tower, which the factoid I'm trying to get to, the arena itself, the wall design and the towers and stuff were already made in this one world. I had to go back into it to measure it and make sure I got the design right, and I brought it into this world, and God, it's nice. It's just so good. Like from a distance even, it's just really pretty. Very imposing. Right, so that's the arena and the castle. And it's not exactly an Ømen world tour, because there's no players on this world yet, because it's not done. So this will be a significantly shorter world to show off. But there is still quite a lot to show. So we have 2 events at the moment, which are the same events. We've got the Remnant Beacon event. I'm going to turn this to night, midnight. So, you know, looks quite similar to Ømen 4. But just a lot nicer, I think. Yo! Yeah. So, the render distance might not be doing me a favour right now. Because you can see over there now. You never used to be able to. I might need to set a render distance rule. And we'll see what that one should be eventually, but yeah. It's a similar concept to Ømen 4. It's a town filled with wither skeleton spawners. It's all fucked up and taken over. Very dark. Very, very dark. Run around, shoot the beacons, which... There's one. It's broken, because that was a test, I think. I have a command block somewhere that fixes them. But I remember there was an issue with... simulation distance not reaching all the beacons, so I might need to reposition them in the future to make it so it does work. But yeah, pretty cool. The interiors are they're nothing too special. They're fine. Pretty bare bones, really, but there's not a lot you can do for this. Because it's all meant to be fucked up and abandoned anyway, so... Just like... kind of like restaurant-looking things, or bars, or... taverns, or whatever. A fountain. Little fireplace going on here. And it might be too dark for the stream, I don't know, but... yeah. Pretty spooky. I think this one's like a redstone shop or something as well. Yeah. So the idea is that you have to get to like certain vantage points to be able to hit the target reliably. So coming up here to the redstone shop and like shooting from here might be the best bet for hitting that. Unless you're like a super good shot and get it from here. But unlike Ømen 4, like they're kind of guarded by these slabs underneath, or the staircases. So, yeah, might be a tough shot, but you can do it. I believe in you. Crazy to look at 2 compared to 5 with this event. Yeah. Ømen 2, it's a little patch of stuff on the ground. Ømen 5, where? The magic of commands. Also, over here we have a dungeon. Just kind of here. Shit, pardon me. These burps are sneaking up on me. And this is a dungeon. Dungeons in Ømen 5 are like fully realized. They're like their own things. They're not like cookie cutter, samey rooms. Like they're their own thing. honestly, you could compare Omen 1 raids to a dungeon in Omen 5. Like, no joke, honestly. And there's like, in every dungeon, I made an effort to make it so there's optional loot, I think. So this is optional. Anything you see like this with the shards and stuff, those are like optional loot rooms, and to get to that, I think you need to just click that button, and then click that button, and that opens it up. It's kind of like a crypt. But yeah, this is the exit room. You get your loot here, I guess, and leave. Which, there's no command button there, or no command block, so that's not going to happen. But that's what would happen when it's done. And by the looks of it, I would say this is Remnant related by the themes. We'll talk lore at the end. When I'm done showing things, we'll talk story and lore and what vague story there is. But yeah, return to the castle. And then the event 2 out of 2 so far is the Monolith of Tears, and that's a returning event. Put it back to like daytime. So again, looking pretty similar. Quite familiar. And it's just ever so slightly better looking. Because in Omen 4, this is quite a square shape. I think I put a lot more effort into into it this time around. That won't be there when the world's done. That was like a model test or something like that. Same with this. So this was like an example. Inside the monolith, this is the loot. And where there's no loot, that's where the endermite or the silverfish will be. So instead of them being on the top, and that's all, they'll be like in between the layers. So it's a bit more hectic, a bit more going on this time around. And yeah, same premise, same gameplay. Just a bit better looking. What's this? Oh, Castle TP, yep. And those are the events. At one point, I wanted to make an event where the market gets shut down. I still might want to do that, but I just don't know how to pull it off. So the idea is that the event happens, it's a world event, because it's in the mainland, it's in the map. And I guess pillagers will take over it, they'll be all over the place. And you need to get rid of the enemies, or what? Maybe not pillagers, but whatever enemy it is, you need to get rid of them all before the market can be used again. All the shops will be disabled, and whatever else. So there's an incentive to do it because you need to use the market. I just don't know how to pull it off, but it's on the shelf for now. That whole idea. So let me think. Let me go to my little host room area. I'll show you that. Again, this button only works for me, so you're not you're not being let in on a big secret or anything. So this is my base of operations. Got all my teleporters that I need. If it doesn't have a button, it doesn't exist. Look at that, the market event. Strength, player towers commands, host online for online and offline modes for the realm. So when I'm online, I guess the time of day is fixed. Some things are different, whatever. I can't really go into the command blocks because it might break some things. But yeah. Got my strength, my invisibility, I think, yeah, there. But certain things happen. I think it's also a way to let people know that I'm online. Maybe they're AFK. And I come on. I click it. And it's like, I'm here. Oh, it plays music too. Oh no. It's playing 2 songs at once now. Uh-oh. Can I stop that? Stop sound. There we go. Okay. But yeah, it plays a song from the Nether. And then it does the same for, like, you know, when I'm offline and whatnot. Just click the stop sound command again. So yeah. All of these rooms here, these are the marketplace rooms. So when you're in the market and you click that button, this is where you teleport to. Little look behind the curtain. So like right there, there's the enchantment shop. And that's like the redstone shop there and so on. I've got my own little rooms for the arena inventory, boss inventory, and everything else. So, arena inventory. Nightmare tier effects. Thanks for the cave noise, what the fuck? Yep, all the tier rewards. I don't think there's anything in these, by the way. No. They're just placeholders for now. These, though, I think... No, they don't, alright. Oh, that's the rewards. These do. Yeah, alright. God games. Enchanted games. All the stuff I would need. As well as a direct arena teleport, which... Watch this. Hopefully it doesn't crash. Nope. I have a little button here. Again, it only works for me. Sneaky little teleport there. But yeah. So we got that. Rewards inventory, and this is for like the tier boxes and whatnot, all those rewards. Patreon. I had them all noted down at the time. Check out that name, Chris. We don't like that name. Dungeon tiers. Public event tiers. Prestige tiers. All the things I would need are in this room. Just my way of organizing things. And I think raid, strike, and boss inventory. Oh, okay, so here's a cool thing. The raid enemies and the strike enemies, I put some time into the armor trims and came up with some nice designs for the enemies you'll fight in the content. And this is like the strike, raid, and prestige armor. Pretty crispy, pretty good. Arena enemies are waiting. I guess they've changed the text size on these signs, because that used to be a full sentence. Awaiting something. Fuck knows, I guess trims. If I launch a raid or a strike, I have these. Just to let everybody know. Got a castle teleport, because I would need to be between the castle and whatnot. So what will happen is, like, people pay for the raid, and I'm like, right, I need to go and get the enemies for that specific raid. I'll come here, pick block, you know, the chests off the wall that I need, and I'll click the castle. I'm like, I'm ready. All about speeding up the process. It's getting things ready fast. Because I'm literally a dungeon master in these worlds. It's literally Dungeons and Dragons in Minecraft. Player towers and command towers. So yeah, same deal as Omen 4. All the gamer tags of people that at some point or another are going to join the world, or maybe they won't anymore. Whatever else. So we've got like George, Tubes, Curtis, Convict, Chris, Angel, Don, Law, all the familiar names and faces. Sunflower Shy, which is, I mean, she's never played in Norman World, but she found out about me through Twitch and when I was making things in the world a couple of years ago, and yeah. I think Glass Titan is her brother as well. So I don't know if everyone's going to be joining back, but those are the names that I've put in for the people I know that should be. Yeah. These are a test. I made up these things called animal totems, and they'll give you certain effects. So, like, let's have a look. What do we have? What is it? Slow turtle. Turtle resist. No, I won't test it because I think there's a bit of fuckery going on with it. Because they did a fix where the value 1... So if I gave you resistance 0, that was level 1, and it worked like that. Each number was 1 higher than it was, like, represented to be. And I think these are all kind of a little bit fucked up. But, like, it'll say at the bottom of your toolbar where your item comes up, it'll be like, slow turtle in the area. And you'll be like, where the fuck is it? So if one of those appear in a raid, it's like, we need to find this turtle. I can't move. Like, where is the turtle? We need to kill it. There's a panda that makes you nauseous, I think, or poisoned, because it's sick. I guess like a sickly panda or something like that. There's a bunch of things like that I can mess around with. One second, let's respond. Alright. But yeah, this is like my little command room. And we know what that's all about from Omen 4, so... Over here, the reason I really came here is I have this dungeon room. I made this for Lucy in hopes that he could at one point in the future automate the dungeons, but they're so big that I think simulation distance won't work. So, if I've learned a lesson from Omen 4, maybe dungeons should be manual. But these are my teleporters anyway. So, we have the Swamp Dungeon, Cultist Dungeon, Napalm Ship Dungeon, Spider Nest, Pillager Fort, Pillager Ships, Jungle Temple, and Remnant Crypt, which we've already seen in the Remnant event. So, Swamp Dungeon, I think, is the most likely to have a overhaul, because it's not too good in my opinion, so I'll go look at it. Yeah, and here's my automation list for Lucy, which, again, pardon me, might not happen. And it's very... It's kind of eh. Like, I think I'll make a new one. It's not very special. This is very, Omen 4-ish. I think the Swamp Dungeon was one of the first pieces of content I made when I started Omen 5, so... Yeah. Lucy's home. The Cultist Dungeon. Right, so... We're outside the arena. This might be a bit confusing. So, the Cultist Dungeon, to begin with, this is not the dungeon. This is like just a graveyard. There are zombie spawners all over the place, so you could use this as like a mob drop farming area. That might change in the future depending on how overpowered it is, because there's a lot of zombie spawners in this place. But yeah, this looks familiar. You go up here, you click this, and this is the dungeon. So, once the blindness goes away, and the darkness even, There we go. Yeah, so carrying on the themes from the raid in Ømen, Ømen 4. This is like a glimpse of what the raid will look like with all the textures and stuff this time around. Deep Slate too. Coolest thing to do. It is. It's this aesthetic. I just like it. I haven't been able to top it, I don't think. I don't think I'm going to be able to. But yeah. 2 buttons either side, opens up the middle, head up here, kill the things, whatever else, make it to the end. And then this kind of trail leads to this broken looking door or gate, something like that. And you can walk on this because of the barrier blocks. And then there's just a floating flower, and I have no idea what this means. And then you're done. And I don't have a command block to send me back to the room, so I have to quickly go to my little arena teleport. There we go. Whole selection room. And then... I'm blanking on it, there it is. No. Okay, so what's next? We have the Napalm Ship Dungeon. This is sick. I really like this. The dungeon itself is kind of eh. There's a lot of, there's something I need to iron out with this. One, how the fuck do you get onto it? My answer back when I made this would be, oh, you just go to the front and jump on this way. But it's kind of like tucked away, like just like, I don't know. But the idea is that the ship has crashed and corrupted the ground around it. And now it's just kind of here. Not too far away from the arena. But yeah, the idea is that you get onto the ship, travel up here, click this button, and then this will open up one of these grate things, and you jump down into it, and it's... This is what I mean, I need to figure out something with this dungeon, because something about it doesn't feel like it would play very well in terms of getting into it, so yeah, we'll see. But this is like storing a bunch of hoglins, and there's the optional loot there. And I think you get that by opening up the hoglin cages. They're not normally open. You flick this, and there's one over there, and that'll open up these cages as well as the loot at the back. But the normal loot would be here, because you complete the dungeon. You go boop, and you get teleported out. Which, there's no command block there yet, so it doesn't. But yeah. Aesthetically, though, it's very cool. I like it. And you've got, like, some pieces of the ship that's, like, scraped off as it's kind of smashed into the ground and stuff. If I was on mouse and keyboard, I could copy and paste that command block to get back to this dungeon area quickly, but it is what it is. And to be honest, we don't really need that area. I can fly over to these places. The rule for dungeons, I think, is that there's none on the main map. I don't think there is. I think the dungeons are on the outskirts, or they're in the surrounding 8 maps around the center map. Pretty sure that's how it went. This area here, by the way, I'll do something with this eventually. This really bothers me. It used to be a dark forest, and I got rid of it all. So yeah, I don't know. That'll be different in the end. the main map is clean in 5. It really fucking is. It's so nice. It's not crowded. There's a lot of player free real estate, like terrain and whatnot, so it won't be hard to find a place to make your house. That's a dungeon, by the way, and so is this. So even the dungeon has like an environment leading up to it, which is quite nice. Head up here, and you enter the dungeon. You would click that. These walls would vanish, I believe. And you enter this. I think you need to go around the back or the sides or somewhere. And there is, yeah, a button here and a button there. That opens up the temple itself. I think clicking the host offline thing has changed some of the game rules. The pain of the keyboard not working is it's a pain. Right. So optional loot there. I think there's a button somewhere that opens it. Go up here, clean it out. And the dungeon's done. It's quite short. There's a button here to open up the loot. So if you want it, you need to go back down. So I think you kind of like played the dungeon twice in a way. But yeah, not too long. Short and sweet for a dungeon. If you count the outside area too. And this is the Pillager's Ship dungeon. Over here. I don't know why there's 2 Pillager-related dungeons, but there is. It's just how it is. So, this is some sort of ruined, like, dock structure or something. You click the button to start, and I think that would spawn the boats for you to travel over here. These ships, I believe, have guardian spawners underneath. Yeah. Kind of fucky. So guardians would spawn in if you're nearby. Come to the ladder. Get on the ship. And on each ship there is a optional loot, I think, as well. On every single ship. But there's also a button to click or something like that. Summon boarding plank, yeah, right. So each ship has a button in a different spot. So these would appear. The next one I think is in here. No, where is it? Optional loot. It must be in the underneath area, so it'll be beneath there. And then on the final boat, I think the button opens up this iron door instead, and there's a boss in here, and you kill him and you're done. It's like a little pipe, like a captain's room in there. The next dungeon is very close by. It's also pillager themed. Again, ignore these markers with the concrete and stuff. It's automation markers, which again might not even automate them. But yeah, it's like a messed up fort, quite ruined. They've kind of taken over it and repurposed it as best they could. Pumpkin farms. Discord boops. Just check that quickly. Right, it's fine. Yeah, it's very nicely decorated. It's all textured. Pumpkin barrel thingy. Cart. Little blacksmiths going on. More pumpkin farms. They really like pumpkins. Big fans of pumpkins. Woodworking area. A bell. And then you're up here. So, the optional loot in this place is locked in here. These green blocks, which I'll just get rid of to be honest, represent Ravager spawns, such as him. So you need to unleash the Ravagers to get to the optional loot, which I think was a nice little touch. And yeah, that's the dungeon. I think the button to finish it is here, yep. And again, also, final time, just ignore the concrete blocks, they're just markers. Someone's house, because I let people play on the world for like a night because I was bored. That will be removed. I'm sad to say, law, it'll be taken down. So the next dungeon, again, pretty close. 1, 2, 3. Dungeons pretty close together. Meow. I remember being pretty happy with this one. It's like a... yeah, spider nest. So, we've got some shard mining going on. Pretty nice caves. The way I make caves is I go in with end crystals and blow the fuck out of it and then reshape it and it ends up looking pretty nice. Easy way to make a cave. Optional loot back here. I love how these crystals glow, it's nice. I think that's just decoration, that's not optional loot. I use turtle eggs as spider eggs to represent an infestation. I believe these will have spawners, spiders in them, in these spawners. And then this is the final room. You need to parkour somewhat along these thingies, scaffolds, and you complete the dungeon here. Can't complain, it's a nice cave. I like it. It's not like Ømen 4, as there's no teleport. There's no command block there. It's not like Ømen 4 where the cave goes on for too long. It's a nice, probably perfectly sized dungeon, I would say, for a cave. Okay, so in terms of dungeons, I think that was all of the dungeons. Because the Jungle Temple 1, the ship 2, 3, 4, 5, and then the one in the event area, and that would make 6. So that's all the dungeons, I think. Unless I'm wrong, and I could be. Oh yeah, and then the swamp and the church. Yeah, that's all of them. That's all 8. 8 dungeons, not 6. And I'm happy with all of them except the swamp one. So, kind of wrapping up now on Ømen 5 and what we've got so far. However, I have some raids to show, which is probably the most exciting part. They are big. The strikes and the raids are big. Except the first strike. The first strike I am considering completely redoing. For multiple reasons, and I'll show you now. That doesn't work. Why does that one not work? But this does. Okay, whatever. Okay. Okay. Very reminiscent of Ømen 4. Going through a jungle walkway type thing. Take a walk around the bend. Similar structures to Ømen 4. Underwater area. Like, this won't be much of a loss because I can make something like this in a decent amount of time. And then that's it. You go through here. You go to this temple. I need to show you what this temple looks like. It's awful. On the outside. Even on the inside, really, the roof is quite flat. I mean, it's textured, but it's quite flat. But that's the end of that. Like, it's fine. It's serviceable, I don't know. But I had to make a jungle biome out of a very small one. Because at this point when I made this, the seed chunk map thing, the website that allowed me to find biomes large enough to make these activities in, didn't have the website updated for this current version I was building in. So I had to fly around making making the world file larger than it should have been to find a jungle that was big enough. That website would allow me to pinpoint it, teleport to it, building it. And yeah, the reason that it's the shape and the size that it is because of the biome itself. It had to contain it. I was going to do something over there, could you tell? Yeah, I'm not proud of this, really, at this point. Like, what the fuck is this? Do you want to see above it? I don't think you do. Ah! Awful. It's probably the laziest thing in this entire world. I'm not very happy with it. And I think I can give it a gimmick as well. I can do better than this. It's not much of a loss, so... This is likely going to be cut content. I won't delete it, it'll be in the world, but it won't be visited. But will I leave a teleporter block for myself? For the sake of memories, maybe? But the raid, however, is a fucking masterpiece. It is perfect. So that's my teleporter block, for some reason, but you... Players who do play, you will be starting here. These things are teleporters in the story, or in the world. They're meant to be teleporters. So, the one at the end of the strike leads here. That's how that is kind of explained through, like, visual storytelling, I guess. Got some piss pots. That used to be very green, but since Mojang changed the potion colours, yeah, piss, I guess. You're not ready for this. It's so good. Right, so... Yes, I repurposed the dungeon structure. Because it was fine. It looked good. So I repurposed it, but... This took so long. You know what took the longest? These! These! The underneath bits. Fucking... Chris can probably nod his head to that because he helped me. It's a labour of love. Making these underneath stalactites or whatever the fuck they're called, I don't even know. Like, these take time. The shape of it, filling it in, all that, like, takes time. They're all hollow on the inside, but I mean, like, filling it, making sure there's no gaps or blocks peeking inside and whatnot. Yeah, so the end of the raid is over there. However, bridge broke. Bridge no work. Bridge brokey. So we have to go this way. Which I think's very funny. Yep, yeah, those were pretty rough, says Chris. Yes, they were. They are... Sky Island raids are normally the prettiest. But god, they're horrible to make. Anything where you can't cut corners and do the whole suspension of disbelief thing where, like, if you can't see it, it doesn't matter. Everything is on view. You can't not do it. You can't get away from it. You have to do it all. I was doing the bottom of these islands when I didn't even want to. I was so sick of it. I took a break after this, I think. I was like, okay, well, fuck that for a week. I'm good. But yeah, let's walk through the raid. I like this. I like how that connects to the structure up there. Black concrete. Classical black concrete. Closed off doorways. I don't like how this music only plays in creative mode. Like, why does creative mode need to have its own music? Survival has, like, so many nice songs. But no. So here we have a teleporter in front of us. But does it work? It actually does! Whoa! And I mastered the facing command, so when you go through, you're facing the right direction. It doesn't go back, because that would be silly. Yep, so more bridges. Leading up here, up this pathway. Go around. This was going to have optional raid loot in it, and I don't know what to do with it. Because I think I took that back. So it's just there. Bridge brokey. So parkour time. Jump over. I was quite forgiving with the parkour in this raid, so if you fall, this'll happen. There's a command block that'll teleport you back up. Because all I thought was, if death carries weight in Omen 5, that would be an annoying way to die. And I don't want people who are bad at parkour to die that way, to be honest. I think what it does is that it takes off some health via command. And, yeah, that's like the only punishment. Takes off like a couple hearts. This pond. Clouds being turned on right now would be a good idea, but, you can imagine how that would look. Clouds actually complement this raid this time around. I think we're above them. Or just on the level with them, I think. Something like that. This one, there's some keys or buttons you need to press to open up this doorway. One is in there, and the other one is around here. In this little cellar area. You can click that. Little bit of Elden Ring inspiration with this little area. Also, the Church of Blood is a complete Elden Ring inspired build. For those who've played it. Now we're heading up to the next temple here. Pretty short. Up the stairs, up here, around the corner. It's nicely decorated though, like these little like sink looking things and potion crafting and whatever. Teleporter. Functions. Boop. So we just came from there. Here, I think, or there. Pardon me. And we started over there. So we've went boop over there, no, up here, and now we're over here. This view is nice. I really like this view. The diagonal bridge really completes it, I think. So, yeah. To go back to yesterday's stream, how about that first raid? By the way, I'm not even done with this because I remember I'm gonna make some islands for decoration to clone around to fill the sky up a bit more. Maybe, maybe not. Maybe this is good enough. But that was originally the plan. And to be honest, I could build the strike in this jungle. If I make the strike. Is that an idea, Chris, do you think? If I had to make another strike for the first one? Below these islands? Like, what would that even look like? Maybe. I'm not too sure looking up at them from below is the best. Maybe, I don't know. We didn't do the torn out idea? Oh, like down there, in the shadows? True. True. Well, that won't take long. That's just a few end crystals. Some TNT. Something like that. From the other Sky Islands? Yeah. There's something to revisit, but it's basically done here, so... this island has a gate, and you need to click these things. I think you just flesh out the strike more if you don't like it. I don't know. I think it needs a gimmick. I think they're best when each one has a gimmick. It's like, oh, Sky Island, it's like, yeah, you can get knocked off the edge. The risk is fall damage. The gimmick is not falling off. And stuff like that. And then eventually I kind of forget to add a gimmick, and it's just a big, long, hard mode slog, and yeah. Like, the second raid in this world is kind of a slog, but there's a gimmick to it, which is, it has, like, multiple boss fights. It's meant to be like a gauntlet, really. There's another one of these here, and then there's another one on the island down there, the diagonal one. And then that will open up this gate. Little statue here with a shield. Looks pretty nice. Little village down there. Yep, so, and here's the reference, get ready. When I ask you to keep it in mind. So we're entering this place, and... familiar, Look familiar, So there's a certain route you need to take with this. It's like you go around here, up these stairs. Oh no, you have to go around the back, because these stairs are too steep. Around the back. And then across certain bridges, and there's a certain route you take. I do remember, but for the sake of not showing it all step by step. You eventually end up here, and exit through the back. And you drop down here, and I don't know, this raid's going to be so good. I'm so happy with it. Continue on around here. And you get to some more parkour, and there's another teleporter down there in case you fall and land on that ground and die, which I think would be quite... It would be your fault, but also I don't want people to die to parkour. I think that should be a rule. Little water bridge. This entire island was made for decoration. Don't know why, but it's nice. Nothing's on it, just decoration, just water, or pathway. And then the final teleporter leads us to this central island. And then this is where you'll fight the boss. And then once everything's done, I have a button that I'll click. And this teleports all players within like 100 block radius or something like that to the Brokey Bridge. And then, yeah, that's it. That's the raid. And it's got a very fancy reward island. And then you take the teleporter. Seamless. Perfection. I'll never top that. That's like magnum opus first raid. Let's respond to Discord. Right, so... Second strike. This one, it's too big to get rid of. Too much work went into this to get rid of it. But I have my thoughts on it. Like, this took time. This took a long time. This is floating in the sky, by the way. This is all man-made. None of this is natural terrain. See? It's all smoke and mirrors. That's how long it's been, by the way. Roughly. since I've been able to work on this world. This one is very good. Do you think? Because reflecting on it, I feel like it's a bit of a slog. There's no gimmick. So it's going to be a lot of fighting enemies and nothing unique, so I might need to do some fuckery with the enemies and make it unique, I don't know. But yeah, so this is... The story behind this is that there's like a pillager outpost here. Like a mining outpost or whatever. So you got like a ballista here. And it shot down one of those nether ships. So what resulted from that is stuff falling out of the ship that corrupted the land, and it's got these craters of like crimson infecting the area. So what you've got is a hybrid of wilderness, mines, caves, pillager stuff, and like zombies and stuff like that. Spiders too. There's a lot going on. But yeah. Someone remembered to turn clouds off? I did. I did. A little bit framey. I think the best way to make a map this big not feel like a slog is to have weaker enemies, but a lot of them. So it's not like too easy, but... Tubes and Chris reunite in the chat. So instead of redstone, I guess they're going for gold now in this world. The pillagers and whatnot. The spider dungeon kind of warmed me up for making this cave, I guess. Pretty cool. Chris helped me with this. Thanks, Cave Noise. Turtle eggs for spider eggs and whatnot. And you go all the way up here. And you emerge here. Some more bomb craters and whatnot from the ship, which is over there. Where it's crash landed. Got another ballista here. And you can see how it's kind of corrupted the land, so it's kind of affected even man-made things. And even ore. Pretty cool. Lots of little caves where enemies can spawn and run out of. And you can see here it's kind of affected the this little castle even. Little fort. And the pillagers have like a setup in here. There's a ladder here. I don't remember if this was like intended or not. Open gate. Okay, yeah, so you have to climb up here to open the exit gate to go through there. It wouldn't be an Ømen activity if there wasn't something to flick or click. Yep, so once you get out here, we're in this canyon type area with the ship on the other side. And it's almost as if the pillagers were kind of trying to expand out here, because there's like some construction for another ballista tower. And yeah, this is where the ship lands. Ship landed. And there's a pathway leading to where the ship is like crumbled conveniently for you to climb onto. This might need a change. I might do something. The thing with these ships and boarding them, there's an issue. And I don't know what the solution is. But it's like, it's completely smashed into the side of this cliff. Like, even the landscape's kind of like, fucking tumbled on top of it. It's just dug in. And that's the strike. So I guess it's not as bad as I remember it being then. I thought it was a lot longer than this, so maybe not. It's fine. It's fine how it is. But here's the Elijah almost sent me in. Here is the whole thing with this. So the raid, story-wise, you enter here to get to the raid. But because the portal's fucked up and all shattered, really, from the crash, it doesn't send you exactly where you need to go for the raid. And we're gonna go there now. Complete strike. Boop. And the raid is here. No decoration, really, at all. This place? Do you remember this place? So this might look a little bit familiar from Omen 4. When I said it kind of reminded me of Omen 5. Very similar entrance. I took some inspiration from Minecraft Dungeons. If you've played the Nether DLC, there's a lot of these windows with like the redstone lanterns and stuff behind them. The goal was to give the illusion that this place is also a lot larger than it already is, with a lot of blocked off doorways and corridors. So that was the goal with that. The castle needs more buttons to push. Noted tubes, I'll add about 70 and one of them will hit convict with some lightning. So I think the correct way to go here is to the left, yeah. So I think this is meant to be some sort of like a smeltery, like a forge area with these things here. Minecarts everywhere. And again, to enforce this whole like idea of it being a way larger place than it is. Well, no, it's massive already, but I want to make it feel bigger. That's what he said. I did these corridor things all over the place. So here is the first boss fight. So the gimmick of this raid is supposed to be that there's frequent boss fights. It should be kind of like brittle enemies in between and then really tough boss fights or something like that. Obviously the world hasn't been played yet, so I don't know how it'll play out in the end anyway, but we'll see. Free button. This is meant to be filled with lava and then eventually it'll drain. So you click these free buttons, 1, 2, 3, these things, and then the lava drains to reveal this like smouldering, crispy area, and the boss will just be sitting in here like this, like, ah, you've awoken me from my fucking slumber, and then you'll fight, and there'll be some command blocks and whatnot giving him abilities, like, not abilities, but like potion effects, or maybe abilities, like he'll summon enemies around him, and so on, until you kill him. Should be good. What makes no sense is that there's a doorway connecting to this room, which, it was a room filled with lava, so that would mean it was like flooding out into this room. I don't know. I think this is like a suspend your disbelief type moment. This music's about to fucking go. Yep, little blaze traps. Enemy sniffers. You've got these little blaze cages, and they'll shoot at you from these. And they should be within range. Heading on up to this fucking ginormous room. I'm really happy with just how it looks. They really nailed the whole ginormous never forge. I don't even know what it's meant to be, to be honest, but it's sick. I like it. And these really add to it. Even though they're definitely dead-end hallways, it's good. I feel like I'm in a really big place. Got these horns, reminiscent of the horns on the ships. Do some, like, parkour. Blaze at the end, by the way, so the entire time you're being shot at. Why not? And then you go up here. I should add another hallway here, but with the pattern in the wall, it might break it, but... Could put a door here. We'll see if I remember to do that in the future. And now we go through here. Paul. Whenever it wants to load, it might. There we go. So this is where things will start to ramp up a little bit. As soon as you teleport in, you'll notice this. So the idea is that this faction of enemies, the Napalm people or whatever, the Napalm Legion, they use crimson fungus, like the trees and stuff, like Neverwort and whatever else, to turn that into bricks, to make their ships, to make everything, their structures, their armor. And now, at some point, a faction of them within has found warped fungus, and they're in the story, warped fungus is going to be stronger than the crimson, and it's slowly taken over this raid. So at this point, you'll start to notice enemies wearing blue leather instead of red, and they'll have pieces of diamond armor mixed in too, which is a nice way to give them more protection, and also still work with the color scheme. By the way, this is a Soul Sand Valley biome that I changed, because... Why Soul Sand Valley blue? And why is warped purple? I wanted the blue sky, the fog. So yeah, there's that. You see it infecting the walls. Leading into this. Don't fall down there. This is where I think I might have changes with the raid eventually. So with this, it's another lava drain situation, like click, 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 three things. Lava here drains away. It would take forever, so it'll be done by a fill command. But the boss fight is meant to be down here, and something about this kinda... I don't know. Like, that's the exit, by the way, but the boss arena to fight him in is this. And I don't know. I'm not too happy with it. I think I have notes in the Discord. It's like a lock channel for me. But I think I have notes in the Discord. Let's have a look. Let's have a look. Ømen. Owner notes. There we go. Second raid adjustments. This is what I typed up last year. Almost a year ago now. How has it been a year? As the raid is long, remember to not make the enemies too tanky or use too many armored enemies, so it does not feel like a slog. The gimmick of the raid should be weak enemies in large numbers with a chain of boss scenarios. Remove the second boss arena and replace it with a better one. Alright, so past me simply just does not want this. So I kind of agree, in a way. I think I need to make something more like the first boss area. Possibly... What is this? Replace it with a better one or a different gimmick. Possibly like the 4 Napalm Wardens from Omen 4 in order to progress. Which was a pretty solid gimmick for that one part of that raid, if you remember that. Remove the maze-type area, which I'll show in a sec. Remove and discard the staircase leading up to the final boss room. Teleport, it's too long and boring. Redo the final boss room, and add some more warp infection detailing where it lacks it, is what I've said. So, if I do make those changes, which I most likely will, this will be completely different. This room won't exist. Maybe even this leading up to it. Maybe this here could turn it into that idea. We'll see. This is all a future thing. I can't work on the world right now because I don't have the ability to. This will be gone. And the maze area it's referring to, or past me is referring to, is this. It doesn't need to exist. It lengthens the raid needlessly. Mazes aren't fun. It doesn't need to exist, it just doesn't. And now we get into this room. I love this room so much. It is ginormous. Fucking look at this. That could be a wallpaper. Like, what the fuck? Well, maybe not a wallpaper, that'd be kind of a weird wall. It's fucking haunting looking. The fog. Oh, God. Your texture pack should use the original Neverac texture, such a good block. No. Don't be silly. It's got a Steve face in it. Pardon me. Looks sweet. Oh, that area. Yeah, fucking love it. A hallway that I didn't finish, apparently, so remember that one. So the route I'm taking here is the way you go. Really? The Steve face? Yeah, if you look at the Neverac texture, the old Neverac texture, it has a Steve face in it. And I'm not lying. You are not being gaslit. In this room, there is no reason for you to go over there. It's kind of just for visuals, I guess. There's no reason. There's nothing to click. There's no interactable thing. It was just done for symmetry. And to be honest, I think if I rework this, I might just put the boss room here. I might put it in this area. There's no reason. Let me just fucking look at this. Like, look how nice this it's so good. Just like the fog. It's too thick to see the light all the way up. The ceiling. It's like I feel like I'm under the water right now because of the fog. You can't see the roof. It's sick. I love it. I'm so proud of it. I've been seeing creeper in my lava cauldrons. What? What you talking about? A creeper in the lava cauldrons. In the texture. Yeah. This room, I would not make any changes to this. I might repurpose or something like that. Make it more... Because really, you go from here, through there, round here, up there. You don't go down here. You don't go down there. We'll see. The second raid has some adjustments that need to be done to it, yeah. I'll say that much. This, I think, shouldn't exist. There's no reason for this to exist. I even said so in the notes I made. It's boring. It's a staircase. Who gives a fuck? It leads to a teleporter, which leads to the boss room, which is god-awful. I'm not happy with this. I think I was really burnt out. I was approaching a very burnt out stage, I think, when I made this, because what is this? It's a circle. Ømen 4's boss room for the second raid was better than this. And I can't have it. I'm sure it would be serviceable, I'm sure it would work. But, no. So this will be cut content in the future. But after all is said and done, there is a button I have somewhere. Somewhere? Oh, there it is. Click. And then you are teleported up here to a very familiar place. The balcony of this room. Which again makes no sense because there's no. Maybe put like a little teleporter floor here or something. I don't know. But then there's a nice fancy exit room, and the fire is blue now. I don't know what that means. There's no warped details in here. I don't know if that's meant to represent the warp was defeated, and it's like, ah, look, it's cleansed, or it's contained because it's in the fire. I don't know. Do those walls before this need some chandelier decorations? The walls before this... Chandelier decorations? Probably not. I don't think it's in the aesthetic for this, like, faction, really. I think it's pretty nailed down. There's like these chains. That's as far as they go in terms of, like, chandeliers or anything. But yeah, fancy little reward room. Get your rewards and you go through there and you'll be back at the castle. Before the portal. Like up at the top of the stairs. Oh, like here? Yeah, I mean, if I was going to keep this, which I'm not going to, that would be pretty good. Even now, yeah. It wouldn't be a bad touch. The elytra's making me fall at an angle. But yeah, that is the second raid. So now, after looking at all the past Ømen worlds, you can see what it has grew into. It's a beast. It demands a lot of time, and my own perfectionism won't let me do anything lesser. It's a curse. I don't wish upon anyone to be a perfectionist. It's not a brag. It's fucking horrible. But I'm proud of this. There's some changes that need to be made, like I mentioned earlier, but it's really good. I'm so happy with it. And then this has always had a bit of an issue. You're meant to spawn in drop down and be back. I can automate that a bit better. There used to be a bug where if you got teleported immediately after leaving the Nether portal, it would cause some sort of weird desync bug, and I don't know if that's still a thing. Because it used to be seamless, but I had to do that to stop the bug from happening. But maybe that's been fixed by now. And as for that, that is all of the content that is done in this world. The start of the third strike exists, and I will show it, but it's not much. So, 1, 2, and then 3. So, apparently I've not put the command block there, so I need to travel over here instead. Strike 3. So you will start in here. at the back. This isn't really set in stone. I feel like this might be a bit needless. And for anyone who's played Dark Souls 3, that might look a little bit familiar, but not entirely. It's like a subtle reference, but not a one-to-one recreation, so I don't know. Firelink Shrine-esque. And then you'll exit the crypt, and you'll be mausoleum crypt thing, need a drink. You'll exit that, and then you'll be in a graveyard that looks quite similar to the one in Ømen 4. Overcrowded, flooded a little bit. And that's as far as I got before the bug kicked in, and now I can't work on it. Which is tragic, isn't it? Oh. And that was 2 years ago, so at this point I think Ømen 5 would be playable. I think I would have been streaming Ømen 5 by now for almost a year, I would imagine. It's very depressing to think about. Not really depressing, but it's a downer. So this isn't guaranteed to stick around. That definitely isn't guaranteed. I was really struggling what to do with this. No idea what I was doing. Things are subject to change. It's very early days for this strike, so the final product might not look like this. But yeah, that's it. Ømen 5, that is where it sits. Two raids, 2 strikes, and the start of a 3rd one. And that's where we sit. Frozen. For a while. Nice dev update. Thank you. There was this, like, what's this? Oh, it's a... Okay, yeah, so I wanted to copy something with a structure block. For some reason. I don't know what for. There is that. Over there. And this was going to be the strike, the start of it, and I'm glad I didn't commit to this because, it was going to be another slog by the look of it. Like, what's the point? Just, I don't know. So I abandoned that. And I came over here instead. And it's working out. I came to the mesa because of the grass colour. It's quite dead. Pretty dull grass colour. Thought it was nice, instead of a swamp. Makes a change. I've never really built in the mesa. So, yeah, like I said, this is where Ømen 5 sits until further notice, and it has sat like this for over 2 years at this point, coming up on a 3rd, which, dear fucking god, why? If you want this issue to be fixed, go look it up. Let me have a look. Is it this one? Here it is. I'm gonna paste it in the chat. You can make an account on the website and go vote for the issue. Because that will prioritize the bug more. And I know that 2 or 3 votes won't make much of a difference, but it is what it is. That bug, I created that issue, by the way. I'm the one that reported it. On October 13th, apparently. 23. That's not right. Why is it being... No. 23? Really? No. I think I tried to make one before and it got taken down. It was said... The moderator listed it as a duplicate of an issue of this one, which says... Game using the Xbox keyboard interface by default for all typing, chat log, books, signs, renaming items. And that has 112 votes and 82 people watching it, so people want it fixed. However, they don't realise the bug I've made is likely the one they really want to be fixed. Because the command community on Xbox is dead. You can't use commands on Xbox. You haven't been able to for over 2 years now. It's not possible. And I think this hammers home my frustration from last night and, well, this morning and this stream combined. After sitting through this with me, if you've watched the streams all the way through, or even being an Omen player yourself, you can see how frustrating it is to see this. This should piss you off. Like, this view should really annoy you. Because what this should be is a complete strike. And what should be after it is a complete raid. And then 3 more strikes and 3 more raids. And it should have been done a long time ago. But it's not, because Mojang are lazy. And they prioritise dumb things. But yeah, again, this is how it sits for now. Unable to be done. Because Ømen represents a lot for me. Ømen represents my entire history with Minecraft. Because, like I written down in that one book, in one of the Ømen worlds, is that Ømen is just it's a combination of my experiences. Such as the mob arenas, the roleplay castle type thing, and all that stuff. And each Ømen world has just meshed ideas together, things that were good stuck around, things that weren't, didn't. And it's came to this point where it's just became this very, I wouldn't say very unique, it's not a very unique experience, but it's very niche. It's not, to Java players, it might not be really impressive. Like, on Java, there's, like, realms that have, like, fully integrated RPG systems and, like, leveling and all that stuff. But when you view it as a thing where it's came from one mind, and it's just evolved over the years, and it's became what it is. It's Dungeons and Dragons in Minecraft, essentially. And it has a lot of unique things to it that makes it its own. And I just really want to work on it again. I feel like I've lost a sense of purpose. Not in life, because that would sound kind of miserable. But I've lost a sense of purpose of Minecraft. Minecraft to me is... It's not a game I play much anymore. I think even you, Chris, I think you said this at one point. That you wouldn't play Minecraft unless it was for Ømen. You just don't play Minecraft. I think I remember you saying that, like, word for word at one point. And, yeah, just... Not to sound like a broken record, but this is where it sits. This is where we're at. This is the dev update. I'm hoping to have a PC, maybe sometime after Christmas. That made me sound like a child, but that's the reality of it. My dad likes to give me a bit of cash on Christmas, and I've been saving up for a PC. So I think Christmas will be like the last boost I need. The PC I have my eyes on is, let me show you, for those in chat who are interested in this, is this. And you can check that out if you want. But it's, I don't really understand PC specs at all, but it's got like 4070 Super, NVIDIA DLSS 3, stuff like this, AMD Ryzen 7, 8000, 7800, whatever, 8 core, 4.20 gigahertz, 5 gigahertz turbo, at 96 megabyte L3 cache processor, Radeon, I don't know, like, all of these things make no sense to me. It sounds like fucking jargon. But I've been told it's very good, and it'll last me a long time. So As soon as I can get that, I'll be on Java. I'll port this over to Java. I'll work on this on Java. Or maybe on Bedrock, I don't know. We'll see how it goes. Because the thing is, the community is on Bedrock. For these worlds, most people are on Bedrock. I don't want to leave people behind. But Java has a lot of opportunities. A lot better opportunities for automation. There's a lot of things, NPT tags, so on. Tons of things. It opens the door to a lot more opportunities and things I can do with this world. And Ømen in general. As well as like actual mods and plugins that are not restricted to, pardon me, game systems. Because if you go in the marketplace, for an example, we go to, I don't know, like add-ons. Add-ons are the only thing that's worth buying, because you can put these in your own world. And this was a big sticking point with me with the marketplace for a long time. Is that there's no point buying these worlds where it's like, oh look, it adds, I don't know, like this, create items. Look at that giant funny pickaxe, hypnotized. Like, what the fuck am I looking at? A toilet for some reason. Hot tubs, like, you can't make these in your own world. I don't understand why devs are even continuing to make pre-made worlds. Make add-ons and nothing else. Like, make texture packs, skin packs, and add-ons. Fuck the world things. Like, what's the point? There's no point. Fuck them. There's this, which I'm confused by, because it's a mashup pack. I don't know if you can add these to your own worlds. Lighting effects and stuff like that. Wind. Looks pretty cool. But that's a world. It's a self-contained thing, I believe. I don't think it's an add-on. I don't think it is. We've got this, more ores and tools, which is very reminiscent of a MCPDL mod pack I have, which is broken at this point. But here's the thing. It adds hammers. You see that hole in the ground? He mined that layer by layer, not block by block. So he can mine 9 blocks at a time in the center. Hammers are really good. I would consider getting that just for hammers, because hammers are so good. It's a shame the armor sets are ugly as fuck. Like, the one on the right, like, fucking beans. Like, no thank you. You can't leave feedback unless you buy the add-on too, which is ridiculous. Here's an add-on I have had input on, and they've taken every bit of it. They did not like it. They did not like what I had to say. They took it to heart. Because I bought it, because I thought it looked cool. Yeah, so check this out. Texture packs. This. Look at this. So the seasons change over time. It's really cool. Looks really cool. You can be in a forest biome, and that picture down there in the middle, it'll change. The trailer had a lot of false advertising. I can't even play it because it takes me to off Minecraft. I can't play it. And I left a review on their tweet announcing it, and it got a lot of attention because people were looking at this and thinking, how is that even possible? Like, that looks insane. And I reviewed it, and everything in that changelog was a thing I had critique on. And they changed it all. So the weather now adapts to the current season. For example, during winter, snow will fall everywhere. Because in the trailer, it showed snow falling everywhere. And snow carpets would build up. It didn't do that. But apparently now it does. It now takes 1 hour and 45 minutes to watch all the seasons unfold, 26 minutes per season. Because my point was the seasons lasted like 5 minutes each. It's quite jarring to watch it be summer, go mining, come back up. It's winter. Go in your house for 10 minutes. It's summer. Like, okay. Clouds are less bright at night because they had that horrible, ultra-realistic cloud sky you can kind of see in the images there. And they're like neon white at night. They do not dim. It's very ugly. Like, the clouds are brighter than the ground. For me, it was very distracting. I don't know. Over 400 new vanilla-friendly textures have been made. Because one of my big sticking points, the textures were just fucking ugly. Stone looked horrible. It was like AI generated. You know, they're showing off like the more better textures there. But yeah. It's a cool gimmick. I bought it because it looked fun. I wanted to see how it worked. It was only cheap. I'm not gonna cry. But yeah. I like to check when new add-ons get added too. I love these things. Like, crafty companion, like, what is this? I guess he's an AI. Back me up, light. Give me a quest. Pirate crafty, okay. I wonder how well that works. Recorded voice prompts. Oh no. That probably sounds horrible. But yeah, lots of things. I hope they add some more combat-related things like new enemies. Or a pack that just gives a bunch of enemy variations and stuff. Because that is possible. I've had mod packs from MCPDL back in the day that could do that. There is this. This kind of has me a bit curious, because maybe I could work on Ømen with this. See? Maybe. If that's an undo tool, by the way. Holy shit. I built this entire mountain in 15 minutes. I fucking hope so. Oh my god, yeah, undo and redo. That's pretty big for a bedrock, to be honest. Drawing tools. Brushes. Interesting. Selection wand, navigation. Block picker, you don't need that. There's already a pick block in the game. Mask picker. Cut, paste, copy. What's the change log? What? Custom blocks from add-ons can now be used by the block picker. That's good. Fix the memory leak. Performance no longer decreases the longer the world is open. What? Okay. Include air and entity settings are now persistent. Entities are now probably despawned by undo and redo items. That might be worth getting just for the undo and redo, because I've fucked up things in the past. I've like made areas and there's a big flat piece of land that I think like I should have maybe not done that. So, I did say we would go into like kind of like a story and lore talk at the end, and it won't be long because I don't have much to talk about because it's very vague, and I'm not much of a storyteller, honestly. So who knows? Maybe I'll get someone who can help with that. But some little lore tidbits. I'm not too sure. Like things that are kind of confusing or mysterious, like the castle and the arena. Like, why are these here? Why are they so well maintained compared to like everything else around them? Kind of mysterious. So, in my head, I thought one cool idea could be the castles just kind of appear and they outlive any sort of structures around them pretty much until they're like nothing. Like Maybe that was the side of a house, I don't know. And they just exist. I know at one point I think I said that the castle summoned the undead for their purpose. The undead being the players, to do the raids and stuff and fight against whatever the corruption is that makes the remnants. It's all very vague, and I've never quite nailed down a true story. But I've made lore and like vague links and stuff, and I think that's been enough for people over the years. I did actually write some books when I was bored. Right. So I'm going to read this, and you can let me know if it's good or not, but I came on one day, I got bored, I've written a book. Of a small page of law for a book. Law. Omen shit. Omen law. So the Remnant Curse, which I think refers to the players and why you're even here, and how you're alive, after the prologues. So, the Remnant Curse. The Remnants are ancient undead who have kept hold of the Remnant Curse rather than plunging into the flames in a form of self-sacrifice to cleanse the world from their share of the said curse. And that's how that started. No, that was for the Remnants, sorry. So that's how I got in with that. So that maybe explains why they exist. And then with this, the arena. I swear I made a book that explained the village. The market, I swear. Set 2? What's set 2? I think that's just me making notes. Okay. Maybe I deleted those books, maybe I wasn't happy with them. So it goes with me and perfectionism, fucking always. But the lore I had written down was that the villages are like all husks. Not as in like the Minecraft husk, but like just empty shells. And they're under some sort of curse. Ever since the castle appeared, they've been living here. And they're just empty husks. Offering services. They're like zombified. Like under some sort of spell from the castle. And they just don't move. Which I think is a way of explaining why they don't have lives. It's kind of here. Very vague. Again. Not set in stone. And I've written further and I was like saying how there's a theory that they're kind of like they're refugees or they've escaped the Legion, like the foreign army military type faction of the pillagers. And they got here, found this ruin, which is apparently, I think, meant to be a Sky Fanatic temple that's just kind of crumbled to shit and it never got chosen to be a floating island. So they moved in, and they lived here, and then the castle just kind of materialized over time. And then they're under some sort of spell, and their whole purpose is now to serve the undead, aka you, that the castle brings back to life. To carry out the purpose. It's all linked, I think, was the idea. So there's like bits and pieces of that I think are a cool story tidbit. But one day, I'll probably sit down one day and really think it out. I'm not too good with story. Same goes for the arena, like it just kind of appears. It's more of like a test your, prove your strength type structure. I think the most fleshed out bit of lore in the entire Ømen, I don't know, like universe, I don't fucking know. It's like this, the Sky Fanatics, I think, are the most fleshed out. It's like they've got gods. They have, I guess, almost a religion or a cult-like thing around the gods. Their gods are real, and that's why there's temples in the sky floating around, because they deemed those structures that they built worthy to be ripped out of the ground. And the ones that aren't, like in Omen 3, just kind of stay on the, on the earth and just crumble and get overgrown. And all the Sky Fanatics that don't make it into the sky go crazy, and that's why they're husks. Or like just like they've went to shit. They're like crazy. So you go in there, there's a bunch of like failed, fanatical, cultist type people, and they're like, oh well, fuck you. I'll fight you, but please kill me. Fuck my life. I'm trying to think what else. The Napalm Legion faction somewhat fleshed out. Yeah. That's a good hook. What's a good hook? You tell me what's a good hook. What specifically is the hook? Sorry for the caps. Oh, you weren't too enthusiastic about it then. The Sky People story? Honestly, if I could find this Discord chat I had with my friend, I went into depth about it. One day I really sat down and thought about story things. I really squeezed out a good story. I'll see if I've got it. Let's have a look. If I just type in Sky Fanatic, I'll probably find it. Here it is. It was like a whole discussion where we're just talking about it. Because he's really interested in the story, like lore and stuff. He was asking me very good questions. Let's see. Where does it start? I'll read this out, and I'm sorry if I think I'm alright at reading. I'm not that one kid in school that got picked to stand up and read, and I'm like 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 I can read somewhat, so let's go. It's an enemy faction called the Sky Fanatics, alternatively shorter just the Fanatics. They're a jungle biome-based faction that reside within ruins and mostly temples. They have gods, which are real, and the Fanatics build temples in their honor as gifts or shows of appreciation, devotion. There is more, but I want to give room for a discussion. So that's when he's asking me questions. He's like, how many gods? I said 2. And he's like, oh, duotheistic, very cool. And I said, one is the caretaker, builder, nourisher, the other is the punisher, destroyer, warlord type. And he's like, yes, good shit, no further questions, your honor. I'm like, okay, I continue. The temples that they make are judged by the gods. If it is worthy, it'll be ripped from the earth and blessed to sit in the clouds alongside the other temples, with their gods. So their theme is like deep jungle with floaty islands with temple sat on them. And he's like, that always slaps. I'm like, yes. The people within them serve the gods by guarding them eternally, and in general knowing they did a good job with their work and the creation of their temple. So this is talking about the ones that are in the sky. And he's asking if it's like a Mayan aesthetic, and I showed them the builds. And he's like, okay. He said, are there followers who are more dedicated to one god over the other? And also, are the gods man and woman? And I said, I'd say it's like you surpass this point kind of deal, but sure, I can see that making sense. And I said, I'd say that the gods are just more like booming sky boxes. Like booming sky voices. And he asked me to explain surpassing what, and I said, like, being worthy and dedicated. Such as, like, building their things, like their temples. And he said, is there divine punishment or only a reward or nothing? And I said, their temples stay on the ground to eventually become overgrown and crumble. They eventually become husks. Basically, think of like Dark Souls hollows. And he said the people become husks, question mark. And I'm like, yeah, just like no soul, they're empty shells and mindless and crazy. And he said, is this race of fanatics, are they immortal either way? And I said, yeah, which is kind of the sad irony of it all. Super Dark Soulsy. And then he asked, also, if they are fanatics, are there moderates? Like, why are they fanatical if this is the dominant religion? And then I said it branches in it, there's factions in general. I said, there's a bunch of factions, and I said, upon rising from the grave, in general, everyone that's undead. Everyone rises from the grave and they spread off into different factions, different directions and alignments. So that's how we have all of the factions. This is my explaining, my reasoning for the factions in the game. Is that everyone once was like in a grave and just cropped up because of the castle. But then they all ran off in different directions and had all these factions spawn through one way or another. I think that's how I'm going with that. Don't know if that's set in stone, but that's what I said, so it sounds somewhat decent, so I'll stick with it. And he said, so if you're not a fanatic, you're just not one of them, basically. Which sounds correct. And you're doomed to zombiedom if you don't worship and fanatically build. And I said, the way it seems, you're doomed to end up as an unworthy fanatic as long as you enter the whole thing. Guess it's a Tinkerbell situation. The gods don't exist unless you believe, and I guess believing is just the act of getting involved in their faction. Except they do exist, so that's... I think I mean it in more of like a way like... You're not fanatical about them if you don't care to believe in them, but they do exist. Lore is good when it gets complicated. This is the... this is the stuff I like. And he said, oh, okay, are the fanatics a huge faction or a fringe faction? I said huge, but you still need to seek them out because of their deep jungle origins and whatnot. On a scale of 1 to 10, I'd say a 6. There's factions bigger and more powerful than them in different ways. The Sky Boys don't really invade or take over areas. They're just kind of freemen boys, Doonish. But they keep to themselves. They're more of like a defensive faction. And then I said, I'm just kind of reading this chat now at this point because I'm forgetting some things. I have a bad memory. But I said the twist though is that in the 5th world so far, which is the current one, they've been made in that I've made... What? Let me read this word for word. This is the 5th world so far that they've been in that I've made. Alright. And in 4, some shit went bad and basically a lot of time has passed and this cycle has had more time to develop. So all the factions are stronger and have devolved in different ways. So with the Sky Boys, the unworthy have grown angry and bitter and have spent a very long time stranded on the ground and have decided to take over the worthy islands. And then he came to this realization, and he's like, oh, what the fuck, now that you mention it, that seems inevitable. And he's right, I think it does sound inevitable. If you live forever, and your gods have said, fuck you, your Lego house is shit, and you're stuck there to go mad, and never die, to guard a shitty structure that your gods don't even appreciate, like... Yeah, you would be like, yeah, fuck those sky people, those, like, pillow princesses. Why don't we just go kill them? So, to back this up, let me show you some of the visual storytelling I've done that I didn't point out when we looked at it. He came at me with some meaty questions. Yeah, like, I really appreciate people that I have in my life that take the time to dig into things like this, because they can tell it means a lot to me, so they're like, okay, let me fucking ask some questions that might make you think. So, yeah, some visual storytelling, let me show you this. If we go to the prison island, keep in mind they've invaded, like, the Hollows, the corrupted, shitty island boys that didn't make a good one. You'll notice this. So we've got the shield guy. So what do people do with shields? They kind of guard and protect. So maybe, because he's not facing the prison, he's kind of telling you to stay back. The door is locked. You have to forcibly unlock it with all these switches. You get in, and there's something really different about this one island. There is a shit ton of graves. There is a ton It's overcrowded, it's filled with graves. So many. There's skulls. Everything. Compared to the rest of the place, there's some... Oh, sorry, no, not that one. There's some every now and then, I think. Or maybe there's none. I think that there should be none to fit the story. Yeah. All the graves are compact on the boss island. And mainly this island. So what I tried to tell, story-wise, just through visual storytelling, is that all of the good boys, all of the good Sky Fanatics who did a good job and got a pat on the head, they got fucking through in here and they're dead. Like, they got killed. Like, that's the whole thing. That's the whole visual storytelling, is that they got taken over, the crazy ones got up. Somehow, somewhere. And that's what happened. So they're all here. And it's just littered with graves. And you've got this, like, overgrown prison. Which is a really good way to bring back that arena, I think. Got skulls everywhere. Cages. The graves continue. Even here. And there's this one here. I think it's an Easter egg. I haven't really got a lore reason for the remnant-sized coffin. I think it's just like an Easter egg. But yeah. So that was that. Whole point in all the graves. That's why this island is so different. So, if I get back to my little conversation that I was reading out. Yeah, so he said, oh, what the fuck, that seems inevitable now that you mention it. And he said, do the gods not interfere? And I'm like, nope. He's like, I like this lore a lot. People and cultures is the coolest lore. The unworthy, are they still believers then? Sounds like a Christian schism of Europe. So I said, so the sub-faction is called the Unworthy instead of the Sky Fanatics. And I said, and yeah, they're still believers, but they're just very angry. So they've overthrown the Worthy, and ironically are stronger and meaner than them, since the good boys, they got all soft and less hardened fighting-wise. So the Unworthy are a lot tougher. A bunch of godly floating islands and temples ran by crazy religious husk warriors. And he said, that's fucking sick. I really like the idea of the Unworthy winning. Going soft is a peak idea. And I said, do you root for them more? I think meaning the Unworthy. He said, yes. Softies get glassed. Might even please Warrior God. And I said, Warrior God is basically chaos. He don't mind. And he's like, I am now 100% interested in this faction. And he asked weapons, ? And I explained it's just Minecraft, so there's not much flexibility there. And all the weapons are primitive because it's Minecraft, so. And it looks like that was the end of that conversation. It kind of developed into talking about breakfast. I think I went into detail about the Napalm Legion. Sorry, I'm just skipping through this I'm reading. Yeah, that's probably not worth going into. But yeah, the Sky Fanatics got really fleshed out in that conversation. It was good. But that's the kind of thing I can do with my own mind if I've got someone to bounce the idea off of. I think me personally, my existence and everything else, like, a lot of things I do benefit from having someone else to bounce off my ideas and just personality and everything else. So is human existence, but yeah, I feel it. Boop. I think at some point I'll probably talk about the other factions with him. try and type up some lore with the guy. He's a smart boy. He doesn't play Omen, he's just a friend I know from elsewhere, but his name is also Chris. So that might get a bit confusing. Excuse me. But for now, I think I might end this stream. It's been pretty lengthy. About near a 6-hour long stream. It's been good. Part 2. I will upload both of the VODs onto YouTube for anyone who wants to go and reminisce. And I can almost guarantee that in the future, down the line, when I have the PC and whatnot, there's a very good chance I will do a scripted video with like editing and everything, and do a very an Omen comprehensive or something like that. Because this has been a very well, it's a stream, so there's no script. It's been a very off the rip, what comes to mind in the moment, and on the fly organization of showing this past 7+ years worth of content and experience and whatnot over these last 2 streams. So yeah, the Omen retrospective. God, can't wait to have a PC, because I like video editing on an amateur level. I would love to make like a trailer for Omen 5 when it's ready to launch, and it'll be good. But for now we can only dream. This is where we're at. So yeah, good to hear from me. That's good. I like when people like to hear from me. Shut up, fuck off, stop talking, go away. But yeah, I think I'm gonna go do something else, I don't know. Can't wait to get back to work on Omen 5, but for now, like I said already many times, it is what it is. We'll play it eventually. We'll be on it one day. Voice crack, God. We'll be on it one day. And we'll stream it. And it'll be a good time. Because I've got all those channel point things set up too. I've just got them disabled right now because there's no point. And I think eventually it might pick up views, who knows? Might be a good thing to stream. It'll be a good time. But yeah, for now, I will see you stream-wise, God knows, next time. Whenever that'll be. And that's all for now, so goodbye. Alright, goodbye.